Good afternoon, everyone. It is 6:13, and the meeting now is called to order.
Good evening. In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 1046 et sec, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by advertising in the Star Ledger, El Nuevo Coquí, Haiti Progress, and Luz Americano newspapers, and by distribution to the administrative offices of the Newark Public Schools. A copy of the meeting notice was also forwarded to City Hall for posting. This is a board regular meeting for Tuesday night, February 23, 2016.
Please rise for the flag salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A roll call.
Mr. Baskel Richardson.
Here.
Ms. Carter.
Here.
Ms. Von Secca.
Present.
Mr. Hassan.
Present.
Mr. Jackson.
Present.
Vice Chair Lewis.
Here.
Mr. Rashidi.
Present.
Mr. Salinger.
Present.
Chair Perello.
Present.
Quorum is present. Everyone's attendance.
Thank you very much. Next, we have greetings from Principal of Ivy Hill Elementary.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Ivy Hill Elementary School. My name is Doris Ram. I am the principal here. This is my second year as a principal at Ivy Hill, my fifth year as administrator. I would also like to acknowledge Mr. Sneed, our vice principal, and any other great staff members of Ivy Hill. If you are here, just wave your hands. Welcome to Ivy Hill. We're excited to host the board meeting tonight. I'm also excited about the performance you will see from our wonderful students. We have numerous numbers of partnerships with the community in and out. Some of them include Newark Museum and their visual arts residency, New Jersey PAC and their jazz residency. We also have a partnership with Google developers in North Jersey, a partnership with Women Tech Makers. We offer a variety of clubs and activities to our students, which are included but not limited to girls and boys basketball, culinary, yoga, fitness, debate team, soccer, etc. I'm excited about the performance our students will do for you today. And before they begin, I'm going to ask our wonderful dance teacher, Ms. Humphrey, to explain what our students will be performing.
Good evening. My name is Joaquina Humphrey. Our students have a residency with Alvin Ailey. This is our fourth year. With our beginning, we're going to start with I've Been Buked by Alvin Ailey, and then the second part of the dance is going to be by Right On Be Free by myself. Okay, enjoy.
fly on. I want the clouds over my head. Over my head. Over my head. I don't want no snowboard head. I'm gonna live until I'm dead. Till I'm dead. Mother, 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 save your child. Mother, 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 save your child. Mother, 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 save your child.
Congratulations and a very well done performance. I must commend every single student who came up and showcased their talent. You guys did a tremendous job. Alvin Ailey, and I take this as a first-hand parent whose daughter attended the Alvin Ailey dance program. It's an exceptional program, therefore you are learning from the very best. With that being said, we are now going to the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
I have Mr. Hassan moving it and Mr. Lewis seconding it. This is a motion to approve the minutes of the January 19, 2016 Board Business Meeting, moved by Hassan, second by Lewis. Ms. Baskel-Richardson. Ms. Carter. Ms. Fonseca. Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Rashidi.
Yes.
Mr. Sellinger.
Yes.
Chair Perrello.
Yes.
Motion carries. Minutes approved.
Thank you very much. Next, we have board recognitions, and I would like to defer to Ms. Carter, who would like to read a resolution to the record.
Good evening, everyone. This resolution is a recognition and appreciation, whereas the Ivy Hill Broncos junior midget cheerleaders have consistently demonstrated talent, dedication, sportsmanship, and achievement. Whereas the Ivy Hill Broncos junior midget cheerleaders are the two-time 2014 and 2015 North Pop Warner cheerleading local first place champions. Whereas the Ivy Hill Broncos junior midget cheerleaders are the two-time 2014 and 2015 regional Pop Warner cheerleading second place winners. Whereas the Ivy Hill Broncos midget junior cheerleaders are the 2015 National Pop Warner champions in the junior midget level 2 and medium divisions. And whereas the accomplishments of the Ivy Hill Broncos midget junior cheerleaders have resulted in local, regional, and national recognition that serves as a positive example to their peers in the Newark Public Schools and beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Newark Board of Education does hereby commend and applaud you for your hard work, dedication, and accomplishments in the discipline of cheerleading in the great city of Newark.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carter. Yes, please, congrats to the Ivy Hill Broncos, and also In addition to the resolution, we would like to give you, every single one of you, a certificate on behalf of the Newark Board of Education. Ms. Carter? Yes. Yes. She does need help. They're going to go down. Down.
The Maya. The Maya.
Nataja Gooseby. Nataja. Sorry. Janaya Hill of North Star Academy. Shamira Williams of Merit Prep. Destiny Daly Rosser of Lincoln Elementary. Aziana Mackenzie Brown of Merit Prep. Ijanae Gooseby of Ivy Hill Elementary. Woo! Kwamera Folger of People's Prep. Nia Sims of Lincoln Elementary. Nazay Branch from Lincoln Elementary. Anaya Boyer from Lincoln Elementary. Micaiah Claiborne of Lincoln Elementary. Hawa Eddie from Marion P. Thomas. Isaiah Elliott from Ivy Hill Elementary. Anel Ferguson. Brianna Jones from Science Park. Alyssa Jones from Ivy Hill Elementary. Anaya Swan from American History. Shamoya Sutherland from Merit Prep. Janetta Ruff Laguerre from North Star. Now may we have all the cheerleaders come up front, please?
Go to the front, guys. Go to the front. Go to the front.
Come on, So again, we want to congratulate them. So often, we recognize the negativity going on in our city. So the board, we found it necessary to recognize these young women who are doing great things in the community, and we want to encourage them to keep, we want to encourage them to keep going and let them know that we, the Board of Education, appreciates them and we recognize your hard work.
Do stereo. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much, Ms. Carter, for
They say this.
recognizing the cheerleaders along with other board members as well. This is, I think, the first time that we actually issued out certificates, and because of that, and through Ms. Carter's leadership, we were able to make it happen. Next, we have our student reps report, Nathan De Los Santos.
Good morning, fellow board members and community stakeholders, students, parents, and teachers. This month's report is divided into two parts. The first regarding comments and suggestions I have recently heard from students on the structure of our health and PE curriculum, and the second being updates on the reverse mentoring initiative first mentioned in my November 2015 report, and revisions to the election process of the next student representative, which has been a priority at this board since before my term. Firstly, I would like to preempt any possible confusion or rejection to the curriculum changes by saying that I am aware of the state's prerogative on the issue. The minimum bare bones structure of our health and physical education curriculum is set by New Jersey statutes and cannot be modified beyond this extent. Such things as the length of the courses and the requirements for each grade level to participate can be found in the NJSA 18A, Chapter 35, Section 5, 7, and 8, and as such are irrevocable, at least by the powers of this board in my position. Nevertheless, these rules were set down by session law in 1967, and in nearly 50 years since have become outdated and a nuisance to want to complete this graduation requirement through alternative means. The demand for alternative means comes from two problems in the health and physical education curriculum, all of which I have seen mainly in the high school level. One, the failure of the health curriculum to be relevant and necessary to the education of students throughout all 4 years of high school, for lack of enough material to be taught over that period. Most of the major topics discussed, anatomy, interpersonal relationships, mental and emotional health, nutrition, consumer literacy, alcohol and drug education, can be covered extensively in the span of 2 years, if not in less time, as is done in many other states. The sparse curriculum results in redundancy, with students complaining that they are relearning the same material covered in the previous year's class or in another subject entirely, such as in biology. Likewise, teachers are pressed to retain the attention of students who, seeing health already as a less than critical class, are less likely to put in the effort to maintain their grades and enthusiasm as they advance throughout their high school career. In turn, teachers are often confronted with diluting the difficulty of the class and making it as passable or stress-free as possible for the students who, which, while a kind gesture in the short term, ends up cheapening the value of those credits and demeans the point of having a health 1 to 4 in the first place. And two, the rigidity of the physical education curriculum and how students are required to earn their credits. That is, students must participate in 4 years of physical education classes where during school or special circumstances permit before school. So several issues arise from this. No flexibility is granted to students if they wish to acquire those credits through an extracurricular sport, which, if I may personally comment, are more strenuous and akin to the purpose of PE than PE classes have ever been. Being part of your school's hockey, soccer, swimming team will provide you with much more exercise than what amounts to 60 minutes of stretches and indoor dodgeball every other day. Of course, that is if you are asked to do anything physically exerting. In my experience, many teachers give the students the option to simply walk around the gym for the entirety of the period, as if accomplished as a daily fitness quota and more than just lugging yourself from algebra to the cafeteria. No wonder many teachers are surprised by the lack of improvement of students' fitness tests taken at the beginning and end of the semester, and I think this can change. In response to these shortcomings, in the spirit of improving the image of the district's health and PE curriculum, I propose the following. 1. If reducing the number of years of health classes is impossible or take a time frame unreasonable to the demands of the board, A. Rework the district's take of the Common Core standards for comprehensive health education, grades 9 to 12, to cover the major topics of units 1 to 4 within a time frame of 2 years, being mandatory for all incoming freshmen and sophomores. As for juniors to seniors, provide 2 options for credit acquisition, being either 1, a continuation of the traditional class-based curriculum in Health 3 and 4, whether in person or online, or 2, an alternative capstone project similar to independent study in which students investigate a single topic within the range of health education, conducting research either on their own or with the help of library services, and as a final grade produce a substantial research paper that reflects a deep understanding of the topic and presents it to a group of suitably qualified instructors/mentors. Throughout the semester, mentors may insist on students to check up with them on the progress of their paper and presentation, and if the student does not fulfill these expectations for whatever reason, the mentor may disqualify the student from the program. This option will be particularly attractive to students who, wishing to take a certain amount of honors, AP, or IB classes in a given year, are restrained from doing so because health takes up a block that overlaps with that class, and this applies to PE as well. Naturally, any junior or senior may take part in this route if they wish so, and it presents the benefit of letting the student learn about a health-related topic that is pertinent to them and their lives, while also building self-accountability skills and incorporating essay writing across subjects, which, as we all know, becomes crucial once in college. And 2, in terms of physical education, provide to students from their very first year of high school 2 paths for credit acquisition. A, the first will be a traditional participation in PE classes during school hours, but with a standardized work structure. At the start of each school year, students will be given the option to enroll in a class specialized in certain physical activity, whether that be tennis, soccer, basketball, weightlifting, conditioning, etc. The amount of specialized classes offered is to be determined according to the capabilities of the school's infrastructure and teaching staff. Throughout the semester, students will be taught the activity from beginner level to proficiency and in compliance with the Common Core standards aspects of Unit 1 to 4 of the grade 9-12 physical education units will be implemented into the day's lesson. So this approach has already been put into effect in some high schools to varying degrees. For example, at Eastside, students are offered a rotation of sports in their junior and senior year or can take dance. To go one step further, however, we'll have all activities separated into individual classes, which affords the greatest amount of instructional time and makes it so that students aren't simply choosing the same sport or activity to play every day, but being encouraged to learn of different activities outside their comfort zone, expand their view towards physical education, and perhaps bring students who previously saw education with disdain into a lifelong relationship with fitness. And B, the second option would be, as previously mentioned, accrediting extracurricular sports as fulfilling graduation requirements. Students will have to stay on the team and partake in a minimum amount of games/matches for the season, and students will not be allowed to gain credit for the same sport every year. Meaning if a student chooses to take this route for all 4 years of high school, they must play a different sport per year to be eligible for accreditation. And that's not to say that a student cannot play soccer for 1 year and swimming as well as soccer the next one. I would like to clarify that everything that has been proposed is in accordance to New Jersey state law. If we look back to the statute I previously referenced, we can find in the NJSA 18A, Chapter 35, Section 5, that health and PE courses are, quoted, shall be adapted to the ages and capabilities of the pupils in the several grades and departments. My proposal adapts health and PE to the needs of students who, with mountain school work and responsibilities of high school, will appreciate such things as a capstone project and the ability to pick up and choose courses elective style the most. I will also appreciate any comments that community members might have on this proposal, as well as advisory board representatives. You can send me an email at newarkstudentsfeedback@gmail.com. Again, that's newarkstudentsfeedback@gmail.com. So before I conclude my report, I am pleased to supply some updates on the reverse mentoring initiative and revised election process for the next student representative. In a private meeting last January, with Ombudsman Nancy Deering, Assistant Deputy Superintendent Brad Haggerty, and Special Assistant Keith Veltri, many of the minor details for the reverse mentoring initiative were settled upon, and the blueprint was arranged to be presented at the next principals meeting, with the program to be rolled out around late March to early April. During the meeting, it was decided that each of Newark's high schools, 2 students will be selected to be the mentor and the principal from another administrator from the school. Students will be expected to be in good academic standings, but there will be no set GPA requirement or anything similar. Teachers are recommended to nominate students based on their concerns and likelihood to stay committed to the mentor-mentee relationship. As for rules of engagement, the mentor and mentee will be given a list of topics that are relevant to student administrator interests, including discipline, student safety, bullying, harassment, school security, curriculum, uniform policy, facilities, extracurriculars, sports, and advisory. We also hope to include special activities such as Student for a Day, in which principals will give the opportunity to move through the school day as if they were students, sitting in classes, going to lunch, even entering and exiting the building like students. An activity like this is meant to place the principal in a typical student's shoes and give perspective to issues that administrators have trouble conceptualizing sometimes, like students' engagement in class content, the logistics of moving around between classes, to the quality of school lunches. The program will conclude at the end of the school year with a district-wide exposition where mentor and mentee remark on their experiences of what they have gained from it. In addition, an online survey will be distributed to collect feedback. We're currently in the final planning stages and will inform the community as to any updates or milestones made in the coming months. Lastly, the revised election process for the next student representative will commence in an entirely new format, which we believe to be adequately combine the input of board members and students in selecting the most qualified candidate. The soliciting of names have already started, and the application deadline is March 18th, and the online poll will be held in March. This poll will be available only to students, which will be asked to determine which candidates get to go on to the next stage of the election process. Identification technology will be built into the software so as to prevent duplicate voting impersonations. Those who pass will then be able to take part in community debate to be held at a centrally located facility on April 28th. There, they will have to respond to questions created by board members and the audience, similar to how presidential candidate debates are conducted. And from the quality of their responses, a representative will be chosen. There will be two moderators presiding over the debate, one to be a board member and another to be a student, or if that student cannot be found, myself. Like the reverse mentoring project, we are in the final planning stages and are still open to feedback. Thank you. This concludes the student report for the month of February.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan. Does any board member have any questions for Nathan? Ms. Baskin-Richardson?
Yes, I don't have a question. I just want to basically state what I said at the business meeting, that I think that this new process that you have basically begun, initiated, where for the first time, the general student body will get to vote on who the board, student board representative is. It is a step in the right direction toward allowing all of our students to participate in the democratic process, and I just wanted to basically applaud you for that effort. It's going to have a lot of impact on students in the future, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Basco-Richardson. Any other board members? No? Next, we have my report. Good evening, Superintendent Sir, fellow board members, student rep, district staff, and members of the audience. I would like to thank Ms. Doris Ryan Johnson, principal of Ivy Hill School, for allowing us to host our meeting here tonight. My report will be brief this month, since Superintendent Cerf will discuss the community schools update along with other important information, and our student representative has informed us of the new selection and election process of the student rep. Therefore, I will just focus on creating awareness to all that January 2016 was the 15th annual School Board Recognition Month in New Jersey. And in light of last month's meeting being canceled due to the snowstorm, my report consists of highlighting the events of our school board members which have attended this month, in additionally to personally thanking them for all that they do to impact student lives. Being a Newark Public School board member is an honor and a privilege, as well as a great responsibility to represent 45,000 students attending Newark Public Schools and their families, as well as nearly 6,000 NPS school leaders, teachers, and employees in NPS schools and offices. In many times, it is a thankless job, and we take seriously the importance of this position and what it means to the children in the city of Newark. This month, board members around town, Mr. Rashidi, who attended the Strategic Planning Engagement meeting at Quitman Street Community School on February 4th, and Chem Comic Fest Central High School on February 20th. Ms. Carter attended the South Central and North NPS strategic planning session and also attended the Girls Academy Charming Bracelet ceremony held at City Hall. She also agreed to be the board representative on the Transparency Committee. Ms. Basketball Richardson attended the NPS strategic planning meeting in the South, Central, and the North, and attended Weequahic High School's Black History Month Forum on February 19th. Mr. Hassan attended strategic planning session at Eastside High School, Westside High School, and Barringer High School. He also served as a celebrity reader at Hawkins Street School on February 11, 2016, with board members Phil Sullinger. In addition, he served as a panelist at the NJ School Choice Summit on January 29, 2016. Mr. Sullinger attended Celebrity Read for Speedway, Hawkins, McKinley, Fair at Chancellor Street School, and Career Day at Westside Campus. Mr. Jackson attended the North Ward NPS strategic planning session. Ms. Fonseca has agreed to be the board rep on the attendance committee. Mr. Lewis attended East and the South NPS meeting and celebrity read at Dr. Flagg and Men Convention at Dr. Flagg and Hawthorne. I attended the North Ward NPS strategic planning session and will attend tomorrow's Elliott Street School ribbon cutting ceremony. Lastly, please note that there will be no March business meeting because the mayor's State of the City address will be on Tuesday, March 15th. Also, please note that because spring recess is March 21st, the March regular board meeting will take place on Wednesday, March 16th at 6 p.m. at Arts High School. Finally, the March budget hearing will take place on Tuesday, March 29th at 6 p.m. at Science Park High School. As elected board members, we try to represent the diverse views of our North community. In the end, we all have a common goal, which is to ensure our children receive nothing but the very best. Members of the audience, I invite you to please take a moment and acknowledge the efforts of my colleagues on the board with a round of applause. And I end with this quote by Jean Vanier. But let us not put our sights too high. We do not have to be saviors of the world. We are simply human beings, enfolded by weakness and in hope. We call together to change our world, one heart at a time. So concludes my report for the month of February.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Lewis?
can we have a moment of silence for our student that we lost as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have our superintendent's report. But before he reads into the record his report, he has a resolution that he would like to also read to the record.
Thank you very much, Chair Perillo and Vice Chair Lewis, members of the board. I, too, would also like to extend my thanks to our host tonight, Ivy Hill Elementary Principal Graham Johnson, as well as the entire Ivy Hill community. What a fantastic way to be welcomed with the performance that introduced the evening's activity. Another hand for the children. As the chair mentioned, this is a month that we have recognized across the state to honor the contribution of members of school boards. And as was also mentioned, you'll hear in the resolution the month January mentioned, we were snowed out that day, but this is a celebration that frankly should take place every day and every month. As those of you who are regular attendees are well aware, members of this board give enormous amounts of time and energy, not only at meetings, but very much behind the scenes, visiting schools, participating in committees, and really doing work all in the name of assuring that every child has the best possible opportunities in life through public education. So I am personally grateful for their work and contributions, and I also am honored to be able to read into the record a formal resolution acknowledging their many, many contributions, and I will proceed to do so, Madam Chair. Whereas New Jersey's public schools serve approximately 1.4 million children in 581 school districts, and whereas the educational goals for these districts are charted by local school boards, which serve as advocates for public education as they work with school administrators, teachers, parents, and members of the community, and whereas boards of education provide accountability to the public, they communicate the needs of the school district to the community, and they convey to the school administration the public's expectations for the district. And whereas school board members devote countless hours to their communities and public education at no pay, and whereas many local board members dedicate extraordinary amounts of additional time and effort to receive training and to communicate with state and federal lawmakers on behalf of their community's children, and whereas the New Jersey School Boards Association has declared January 2016 to be School Board Recognition Month in New Jersey, a time that residents can acknowledge the contributions made by the state's 4,800 local Board of Education members. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Newark Public Schools commends the dedication of the members of the Newark Board of Education. Big hand, please, for my colleagues on the board. In individual recognition of the individual contributions of the board, we would love to present a certificate of appreciation and recognition to each member of the board. So I'm not sure how we're going to do this logistically. We'll stand right here. Chair Perillo, thank you very, very much.
Chair Perillo. Vice Chair Lewis. Miss Antoinette Baskerville Richardson. Mr. Shea Carter. Ms. Crystal Fonseca. Mr. Rashan Hassan. Mr. Donald Jackson, Jr. And Mr. Khalil Sabu Rashidi. You do have another one, right? Oh, thank God. And Mr. Philip Sellinger. Ladies and gentlemen, your local education board. Thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. So we'll now continue with my report. I do just want to say a quick word about just to update the community on the budget. We will be having a full meeting of the board, a full public meeting. I believe it's on March 29th. On March 29th to provide further details. So I'm going to give you a very cursory update of the situation. We went into the planning. We've been actually planning for next year's budget, which begins on July 1st. And having closed a $75 million gap in the last fiscal year, we faced a gap of equivalent magnitude of this year. We engaged in some pretty significant advocacy as a group, seeking to get additional aid from the state. And I'm pleased to report that our state aid notice indicated approximately $27.5 million more this year than last year, which is the first time in 4 years we have not been flat funded. As good news as that is, we still have a rather significant gap to close, and be assured that this team and this board are working hard to figure out ways to do that in a manner that will touch the schools as little as possible. So that's just a quick update on the budget. We will certainly keep you apprised, and we look forward to our meetings with the Finance Committee and the Budget Committee of this board to continue that process. What do we? I can't even see the board, by the way. So I guess we have a little hub up there. Huh? Tonight, folks, I cannot see the board above me, so I'm just going to go on faith that the slides I'm talking about are. Look at that, Ms. Wilson is covering it. We're going to very quickly touch on an update of the park results. The main substantive discussion today will be an update on the South Ward Community Schools initiative, and then we'll cover a handful of other items as well as enumerated there. Just very quickly on the park results, we were planning a more comprehensive presentation last January. Something like 29 inches of snow intervened. We have since put the results on a school-by-school basis on the web. They're publicly available. We have made the individual results of students available to parents and family members. And essentially, we have said from the outset that this is a year that we are treating as a baseline year. It's a new test. It's computer-driven. It is computer-administered. It certainly has higher expectations than in the legacy tests, the NJ-ASC, and the HESPA. And reflective of those challenges, the district as a whole has many, many miles to travel before all children demonstrate their proficiency in reading and math. There were a handful of trends that emerged. First of all, there are some, as everybody knows, some terrific and successful schools here in Newark. Some schools did really quite well. The magnet schools in particularly did very well. Some schools that have struggled historically increased their stature relative to other schools in the district. That was very evident from the results. And lastly, and while I think it is very important not to draw comparisons because they are truly not comparable, so there were some real outliers among the charter schools, outliers in a positive sense. And you'll see on the next page, which we won't dwell on, you'll see on the next page that if you blend all the public schools in the district, charters and traditional schools and magnet schools, you'll see that the sum is greater than the individual parts, and you see real progress when you look at them in the aggregate. But I would also say that this is something of a clarion call that calls for continued focus and effort on behalf of parents, students, educators, and administrators, and everybody at this table to continue the climb to academic success. We have had any number of questions along the way about how the park scores or how the park test relates to high school graduation requirements, and so I did think it appropriate to take a moment to ask Deputy Superintendent Brad Haggerty to review those requirements. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Superintendent. So basically, as the three large questions projected on the screen indicate, we want to make sure that there's broad community awareness of major changes that have happened as a result of the phase out of HESPA and NJ-ASC and the phase in of PARC and it's the role that it plays in graduation requirements. So the first question, how does PARC play a role in the updated New Jersey graduation requirements? What you can see from the slide above is that the general requirement that students demonstrate proficiency in math and English language arts has not changed. What has changed is the way in which they can do it. So for the current students who are in high school now, those are the classes of 2016, 17, 18, 19, may use a, quote, passing score or a qualifying score on PARC to demonstrate their proficiency in those two subjects and meet that graduation requirement. You'll see at the fourth bullet there in that first question, beginning with the class of 2021, PARC students must take and must pass PARC in order to graduate. The state is specifically phasing this in rather slowly over the course of many years in order to allow teachers, allow students to adjust to the more rigorous standards and be able to meet them appropriately. I will just mention there that in terms of graduation requirements, the credit requirements have not changed at all. Those remain unchanged from prior years to the current year. Secondly, it's important to know, and I know a lot of you do know, that there are ways to meet the testing requirement other than PARC. Specifically, the state has outlined a number of substitute assessments that can serve that purpose. Among those substitute assessments are tests like the SAT, the PSAT, the ACT, AccuPlacer, and the military entrance exam, which is known as ASVAB. So students currently in high school, again, classes of 2016, 17, 18, 19, if they meet the qualifying score on those assessments, and those qualifying scores are set by the state, they will also have met the testing requirement for graduation. Finally, there is in effect a third option. If students do not meet any of those testing requirements, either PARC or the substitute assessments, students may submit what's called a portfolio appeal, which is fundamentally a collection of some pieces of student work that can be used to demonstrate proficiency in math or in English language arts on the state standards. The portfolio requirement existed in the past, but the terms and the format of the portfolio appeal has been adjusted this year as a result of PARC. So there are new requirements of what goes into the appeal that we are sharing with obviously our principals, vice principals, guidance counselors, students, families, etc. So we are all able to meet that should that be the path to graduation for some of our students. Lastly, I wanted to provide just a quick update of this is one venue, obviously, in which we share this information, but this information has been shared in multiple other venues throughout the fall and winter, and I wanted to provide a quick update on kind of what has happened. A lot of these details were shared via memos from the State Department of Education this past fall, a number of them specifically in the month of October. That we then sprang into action and convened a number of different meetings with different school staff member groups to share the contents of those memos and be able to provide support accordingly. Those groups include principals, vice principals, guidance counselors, specifically over the months of October to January. And as of January, every principal in every high school now has a plan for each individual student in terms of their path towards graduation, starting with, of course, the senior class for whom graduation is upon us, to be able to identify who has met the testing requirement, who has not, and who will be utilized in the portfolio appeal process for the remainder of this spring. Lastly, in an effort to get the word out, we've also shared this information with community engagement specialists across the district, so they all are equally informed and are able to respond to questions from families about these new requirements. So this is an ongoing education effort, and look forward to sharing with you in the future kind of how we're doing along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Haggerty. Just a couple points to clarify the very effective presentation by Mr. Haggerty. First of all, the state sets graduation requirements, or at least the floor for graduation requirements. Local communities can set higher requirements, and this board has actually set higher requirements in one respect than the state. There are essentially two sets of requirements. One, you must acquire an appropriate number of credits with a passing grade in courses as identified by the state. That's the one where this board has actually set higher requirements than the state has opposed. And secondly, there is a state statute that provides that there must be a state-administered test that is a component of graduation requirement. That is something passed by the legislature many, many, many years ago. When the state decided to abandon what we call the legacy test, many of you have been around long enough to remember the HESPA or the NJ-ASC. It did so on the very clear evidence that those tests, in fact, were not measuring a sufficiently high level of rigor. So many students would pass that test and yet get to college or get to their next phase and not be proficient, not be able to take college level courses, for example. So this state, along with many, many states, adopted one of two national tests, in this case called a PARC. But there was a very deep concern that when you have a statutory requirement for an exit test, and when the test suddenly gets harder, it's not fair to sort of pivot and set a higher set of expectations for students. Accordingly, there is a very slow roll-in system for the PARC to be a graduation requirement. And in the meanwhile, class of 2021 are currently eighth graders. Is that
2021 would be 7th graders.
7th graders. That will be current 7th graders will be the first class for whom the PARC is a graduation requirement. So that's 5 years of runway to get that right. In the meanwhile, while the statute requires there be a test, the state has said, well, you can pass one of any number of tests, from the SAT to the AP to the PSAT to the PARC and so on, and you can pick and choose. The piece of work that Brad is too modest to mention is tracking thousands of children, thousands of students, to see that they're acquiring credits on time, that they're on track to graduate on time, that they have taken and passed one of these tests, is a massive tracking and data exercise. And Brad and I talk virtually every week about what does the data say. Over the last several years, we have built data systems that enable, on a student-by-student basis, to track all of that. Our high school principals, guidance counselors, and so on are doing a really fantastic job of making sure, as the state pivots to this new approach, that we don't have students lost in the cracks. And we are provisionally quite optimistic that we remain on track for that. As our graduation rate, as you know, has increased every year for the last several years and is now 70% on a 4-year basis and 73% on a 3-year basis. So that's a quick update on that. Let me now turn the podium over to Monique Baptiste-Good. Is she? Oh, there she is. I'm sorry. I looked right. I couldn't see it through General Counsel. We, as you know, are working closely with a number of constituent groups, the mayor's office, and members of the community, and announced several months ago now the launch of what we're calling the South Ward Community Schools Initiative. And here to give us an update on that is Ms. Baptiste-Good.
Good evening. My name is Monique Baptiste-Good. I'm the director of the Strong Healthy Community Initiative based here in Newark. We have been in Newark for the last 5 years. We have been working with schools in the South, Central, and West Ward to address issues relating to student health, nutrition, and housing access, and in an effort to ensure that our children are healthy and ready to learn. And through that work, it has connected us to support the City of Newark as well as Newark Public Schools through this planning process for the South Ward Community Schools Initiative. So first, let's start off with the background of the definition of a community school. A community school is a school that has an emphasis on high-quality teaching instead of high-stakes testing. It uses curriculum that is engaging, culturally relevant, and challenging. It's managed by an inclusive school leadership strategy, as well as authentic parent, student, and community engagement. It integrates expanded learning time, wraparound supports, and opportunities such as physical and mental health services for both children and families. And it implements positive discipline practices such as restorative justice and social emotional learning supports. These are the standards set by community schools that exist across the country. So it's worth noting that community schools is typically considered a strategy for organizing resources of schools and community around student success. The research shows that students and teachers' attendance in community schools tend to be higher than those at matched comparison schools. Additionally, teachers, parents, and students at community schools rate school climate more positively than do their peers at comparison schools. Parents and caregivers' involvement is also generally significantly higher in community schools than in comparison schools. And what's most important to note is that children who participate in community school programs demonstrate greater gains in math and reading than non-participating students. It's important for us to note that gains are possible, but it is essential that children in these schools participate in programming in order for the model to be truly effective. Additionally, it's important to acknowledge all of the hard work and success achieved by residents, educators, and policymakers here in Newark that has led up to this moment in time. This slide shows the background of community schools here in Newark, New Jersey, beginning with, in 1996, the founding of Quitman Street Community School, supported by Prudential Community Agencies Corporation of New Jersey and the Children's Aid Society. From that point, there was the initiation of the Global Village School Zone, launched in the Central Ward, wrapped around feeder schools of Central High School in 2009. This initiative was supported by Newark Public Schools and the NYU Metropolitan Center for Urban Education. Most recently, in 2014, community stakeholders came together to develop the Newark Community Education Report, entitled Envisioning the Future of Newark's Public Schools, Excellent Neighborhoods and Public Schools for All. This led us to December 2015, which was the official launch of the community schools, the South Ward Community Schools Initiative, which was in partnership with the City of Newark under the administration of Mayor Ras J. Baraka and Newark Public Schools. It's important to also note that community school models in Newark are designed to remove the barriers that keep our children from learning, that are systemically and systematically integrated with academics and non-academic supports, and they respond to the needs of both our students and our families. The impact of community schools is essentially the equivalent of setting the table for effective learning. Community schools really aim to create effective conditions required for learning, including core instructional programs with high-quality teachers, a challenging curriculum, and high standards of expectation, that students are motivated and engaged in learning both in school and in community settings during and after school, that the basic physical, mental, and emotional health needs of our young people and their families are recognized and addressed, that there's mutual respect and collaboration between families and schools and the general community, and that community engagement, together with school efforts, promotes a school climate that is safe, supportive, and respectful, and that connects students to the broader learning community. If these conditions do not exist, our children cannot adequately learn. The core principles of the South Ward Community School draws from national best practices, especially adopted from the Federation for Community Schools and a Community School Transformation Guide. These core principles include a high expectation for learning and students contributing to their community, equity with mobilized resources so that all students have a fair chance at success, strong partnerships to shared resources and expertise to help design and implement community schools fully, Shared accountability with clear mutual results that drive the work and helps partners measure progress towards results. A focus on community strengths with marshaling community assets, including residents, local individuals, and organizations, and the school to ensure community success. Local decision-making down to the school level, including individuals, schools tailoring their approach to best respond to the very unique circumstances of their students and their school community. And finally, as a principal, embracing diversity to develop respect and positive identity for people of diverse backgrounds to the welfare of the whole community. The South Ward Community Schools Initiative has established a vision statement, which is that every child is able to access high-quality public education in their neighborhood at schools that engage community resources to help meet the needs of students and families. This initiative supports schools to rebuild capacity to deliver on high-quality instructional design, effective and efficient systems, and operations. The schools were invited to submit an application to participate, which was then scored by community stakeholders. These stakeholders represent 14 different organizations in Newark, including nonprofits, student and youth development organizations, early childhood organizations, philanthropy, civic organizations, and public organizations, with both the City of Newark and Newark Public Schools involved. The schools that were invited to participate were those that were listed above. The selected schools are essentially the schools that serve as the feeder pattern for Malcolm X Shabazz High School. The schools that were selected are Brick Avon Academy, Louise A. Spencer Elementary, Malcolm X Shabazz High School, Belmont Runyon Elementary School, and Brick Peshine Academy. The schools that were not selected to participate in the 2016-17 implementation will continue to participate in this planning effort and will be invited to reapply in future rounds of the project. In order to assure that there is adequate capacity to fully support our schools towards planning and implementation, these organizations have been identified. The capacity to support these organizations, or the capacity to support schools, will rest with the ability to support them with outreach and engagement, to help each school assess the needs of their students and families, to support schools to identify the appropriate school instructional design to meet the needs of their students, to select and integrate community partnerships to respond to student and family need, and also to support future planning activities and to guide schools through the first year of implementation. It's important also to note that there are organizations that serve as the governance and accountability body for this South Ward Community Schools Initiative. This slide highlights the organizational structure that's being overseen by the Office of the Mayor in the City of Newark. It begins with a National Newark Community Schools Advisory Board chaired by Superintendent Chris Cerf, as well as Dr. Lauren Wells of the City of Newark. Representatives on this advisory board will include Jane Quinn from the Children's Aid Society, Randy Weingarten from American Federation of Teachers, Marty Blank of Coalition for Community Schools, and local funders and stakeholders. In addition to this advisory board, the City of Newark has established a Newark Children's Cabinet that will work towards helping to monitor the success of this initiative, as well as ensuring that this initiative is sustainable over time. This cabinet will also be supported by a strategic cabinet developed within the Newark Public School System. Finally, in the purple, if you notice, each school will be required to establish school-based teams. These school-based teams will guide each school's design and needs assessment process and will also be the authority, governance, and accountability for how schools function during implementation. In addition to this accountability structure, What will be designed is an annual report card that really includes the academic and non-academic indicators and successes of this initiative over the 3-year implementation. This will include quantitative and qualitative measures, including quality of life surveys from students, families, and community members, and will focus on other items beyond proficiency, including attendance, student mobility, and teacher attendance and retention. With the initiative beginning in fall 2015, here are the accomplishments to date. Resources were secured and a public announcement was made on December 1st, 2015. Additionally, a formal partnership was established between Newark Public Schools, the City of Newark, and the Strong Healthy Community Initiative to support the initiation and execution of a 6-month planning period. Strategic task forces were established for both Newark Public Schools and the City of Newark to participate in school-based planning and fully support implementation, with an eye towards resourcing policy and systems for project sustainability. Additionally, we convened a cross-sector knowledge and working group of community stakeholders that meets regularly. These include individuals from the school board, individuals from our community, as well as individuals from our local universities, such as Rutgers University. The South Ward Community School Initiative will progress over a 6-month planning period, which is split into 4 phases. The first phase, which is currently concluding, includes community outreach and school applications and selection process. In this time period, we have spent time at each community school that was invited to apply to assist them with their application process, to inform their community stakeholders, to host parent meetings, to ensure that parents and communities and students could fully participate in the application and planning process. The next phase of the work, which will extend from February through March, will be community engagement. Community engagement distinct from community outreach to ensure that there is an open dialogue and communication for community stakeholders over the course of this process. And also in the second phase of the work, each school will conduct a school population needs assessment and a capacity system evaluation to ensure that schools fully understand the needs and the priorities of their school population. The next phase of this work is the school community visioning and school design process. Once schools are now informed about the conditions that they're facing and have set priorities for addressing over the 3-year implementation, they will begin to develop their plan. This planning process is informed by national best practices of the Children's Aid Society, as well as the National Coalition of Community Schools. The final phase of the planning period, which extends from April through August, will be matching schools in partnership with the City and Newark Public Schools to community resources and other partners available in Newark and around the region. This will be done, again, in partnership with the City of Newark, Newark Public Schools, and also Newark's funding community. Finally, once this August Phase 4 period concludes, that will commence the kickoff of the 3-year implementation period. This 3-year implementation is the start, not the end, of the progress, with progress monitored at each school over time. Some specific events that have occurred to date within this Phase 1 period include in January 14th, an all principals information meeting where all principals who were invited to apply were able to find more information about the process and the initiative. From January 19th through 29th, my office held school-based technical workshops with principals, teachers, and parents at each of the applying schools to ensure that they had the opportunity to ask questions and have their questions answered. On February 3rd, all school applications were submitted by their school principals for review and scoring. On February 8th, the application review committee was convened and had the opportunity to review anonymously and redacted applications to ensure fairity of process. On February 16th, This South Ward Community Schools Initiative, the inaugural cohort of the South Ward Community Schools Initiative was selected and announced. And from February 19th through 22nd, a team of 10 community canvassers were deployed in the South Ward and hosted and supported a community and South Ward enrollment weekend. The next phase of the process, phase 2, will launch the beginning of community-wide meetings on community schools, which will help inform community stakeholders on all of the details of what a community school can be. It also is the launch of a principal professional development training for community schools so that all of our school leaders are prepared to serve as inclusionary community school leaders. Work for each school will continue to conduct outreach and engagement as well as promotional activity to ensure that schools have the support that they need so that their community knows that they have been designated as community schools. Additionally, there will be an in-depth evaluation conducted of all student performance data, both student performance academic as well as non-academic. Additionally, there will be community school surveys conducted as well as focus groups at each school to identify in-school and out-of-school factors that impact student success. And finally, community partners will define shared outcomes and measures of success for this initiative once we reach implementation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tremendous amount of work, and I do want to point out that this body of work existed long before it was a glint in at least this individual's eye, and a lot of folks in the community, led by Dr. Wells of the Mayor's Office, have been on this path for a long time. And while the work is proceeding, I think, in a very exciting and productive way, I want to acknowledge the forebears of the project and the work that is going on today. And thank you very much for the incredibly intense level of work and community engagement that is reflected in your report. I want to quickly transition to a handful of relatively brief updates. So let me start with the enrollment process. Just as a reminder, the enrollment applications are due on February 29th, and I want to pay a tribute to Edward Hugh and Gabby Ramos and the entire enrollment team for their really dramatically improved outreach and information sharing sessions. To date, around 10,000 families have already applied for a new school in the fall. 37,000 phone numbers were called via Blackboard Connect, which is the robocall service. 15,000 school guidebooks have been distributed. We have had 60 school-based enrollment fairs and open houses, making sure that parents in every community, families in every community, have the information they need to make an informed choice. 1,000 community members attended the Newark Enrolls School Fair and Celebration. I was privileged to be there as well. 4,500 flyers and palm cards and door hangers, etc., were distributed this past weekend, the South Ward Enrollment Weekend. Cable ads are running on a number of local television stations to remind families to apply to pre-K and K under the guidance and direction of this board. Facebook ads have been running this week. Again, the goal is to get people the information they need so they can make an informed choice. So thank you very much to all involved in that. Next, thank you to the many, many community members who have participated in our strategic planning process as we try to set our goals and the path we hope to follow to meet those goals over the next several years. As promised, we have conducted 5 meetings, one in each ward, 5 community meetings. Over 300 members of the community participated in providing input. We have had real leadership from Margarita Munoz and as well as other members of our team who have been out there, but we especially owe our thanks to community-based organizations who have facilitated and hosted these events. Let me acknowledge them by name: the Ironbound Community Corporation, the Newark Fairmont Promise Neighborhood, La Costa de Don Pedro, United Way of Essex and West Hudson, the Strong Healthy Community Initiative. And I also want to express thanks to our colleagues on the City Council who have co-hosted these meetings in their respective wards. Councilman Amador, McCallum, Ramos, Jayfield Jenkins, and James. And I also want to thank the members of this board who have given their time to be there and participate in the collection. The next important event in this process will be on February 25th, which, if I have this right, is 2 days from now. That will be held at Central High School between 6 and 8 o'clock. This is an opportunity to hear what prior meetings have gathered, to share it, and to get the feedback of the community. Focus groups are underway to gather additional perspectives. Groups of teachers, leadership of unions, principals, community advocates, business leaders, representatives of higher education have all been given a forum in which to share their views, their hopes, their aspirations, their plans. We have also conducted a survey which is still out there, and we encourage community members to participate. It'll be available for filling out until March 4th. It can be completed online and on paper. We have actually taken the input of our board, and we have evaluated the completion rates, and the completion rates for those who come to the community meetings has actually been very high, but we also have taken the feedback that the survey is too long and we could get a better response if we shortened it. So we have in fact done that, and that is the version that is going to be available online for now through the balance of the period. An early look at the data is that it is in fact providing valuable additional data on the central topics that were the subject of the meetings. Next, I want to just briefly mention the subject of a resolution that the board will take up under consideration today in sort of very brief form. We are proposing a partnership with the Newark Housing Authority to allow for the redevelopment of unused NPS facilities. There are about a dozen properties that are not currently in use, and the aspiration is to transfer them to the Newark Housing Authority. And let me tell you what the reasons behind that are. The first is we spend $2 to $4 million a year annually maintaining these 12 unused buildings. That is approximately 20 to 40 teachers, for example. And as we solve our budget challenges, we would rather get that money into the hands of schools. Second, all of the proceeds from the transfer or sale of these buildings will come right back to Newark Public Schools and be reinvested in capital development projects and to upgrade our current facilities. And that is the central heart of the resolution. I want to quickly mention that the regular board meeting will be conducted, as the chair mentioned, at Arts High School on Wednesday, March 16th at 6 o'clock. The Mayor's State of the City address is on Tuesday the 15th, so there will be no March business meeting on that date. Spring recess, by the way, is from March 21st through 25th. And again, the budget hearing will be on March 29th. Thank you very much. That concludes our report.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Any board members have any questions?
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Carter, then Ms. Basco-Richardson.
At the last meeting, I brought up a concern about Brick Academy, Brick Avon, as well as Brick Peshine.
I'm sorry, I can't. Say it again. I'm just couldn't hear.
I said at the last meeting, I brought up a concern I had in regards to Brick Avon and Brick Peshine. I wanted to know if we had any further information on that. My issue for the public, if they're not aware, is that both Brick Avon and Brick Peshine, they have applications in to be a charter school. and I want them to remove that application if they are going to become a community school.
So, first of all, thank you. Yes, indeed, I did follow up per direction, and as I think members of this committee know, Mr. Lee is available to talk to the program and instruction committee, and I think that date is being scheduled. When is that? Is that in March? But much more much more immediately. I have been in communication with them, and here is what I can report. Brick Avon and Brick Peshine will not be participating and are not eligible to participate other than as a traditional public school and not as a charter school. And further, I can assure the board that they will not be participating. They will not be. Excuse me. They will not be applying for a charter with respect to the Avon and Peshine buildings.
So they will be removing their application.
They remember, as my understanding of this is, there is an application. You can always apply for a charter without a traditional public school building, and Brick may or may not be intending to do so. But with regard to the risk you were worried about, that two traditional public schools would either become charter schools or would become charter schools and change over and become traditional schools and change over to a charter school, that is not going to happen.
So just for clarity, are you saying that there are two applications and that they may apply?
The way it works, and I know this from past lives, you apply for a charter, whether or not you have a building, right? So Brick, the entity, could apply for a charter, but they will not be applying with any assurance or agreement that they will have a building that is currently a Newark Public School building.
Ms. Baskerville. Ms. Baskerville-Richardson?
They may not ask questions.
Ms. Baskerville-Richardson?
Yeah, I want to defer my comments just for a moment in case any other board members want to comment on the subject at hand. If not, I'll proceed.
Mr. Lewis?
Madam Chair.
None on the subject. Ms. Carter?
So I'm still not clear. So will Brick still be applying for a charter without a building? The entity itself, are you saying that you can't guarantee us that the entity Brick won't apply for a charter? Because my issue is whether they apply for it with or without a building. If they're going to become a community school, we need them to be committed fully to becoming a community school.
Well, I can't speak for Brick on that. I can speak as the superintendent who has control over Avon and Peshine. Avon and Peshine will remain traditional public schools, and they will not, they have been selected for involvement in the community school program. They will not do so as charters, nor will they relinquish their public school status to become charters after we've invested in them.
So I have.
Mr. Lewis?
So, Mr. Superintendent, just I think I think the further question is, Brick, the organization, right? Since they applied for this charter, meaning that they have no faith in Newark Public Schools. So because they have no faith in Newark Public Schools, do we have faith in Brick Academy? So I think that we need to have a conversation with Mr. Lee, who is supposed to be in charge of that operation. If he have no faith in Newark Public Schools, then he shouldn't be in our school.
Any other board members?
Yes, my
Ms.
last
Carter?
thing on this is, could we have this in writing in terms of them not becoming a charter school once we've invested in them as a community school? And is there anything we can do from the community school initiative standpoint to make sure this doesn't happen? Because Brick itself as an entity can still go out and create a Brick charter school that's not Avon or Peshine. And right now, Brick is the entity that's over Peshine and Avon.
Did you ask whether you can have an assurance in writing? I couldn't quite hear you.
I can't hear you.
You asked for an assurance in writing, and I apologize, I couldn't hear over the crowd noise.
Yes.
Assurance in writing that?
Insurance basically stating
I
that.
can give you an assurance in writing that they will not, that Avon and Peshine will not be invited to participate in the community school movement other than on the condition that they will not, because those buildings will not operate a charter school. I can do that. I have absolutely.
So that's not clear still. So you're saying Avon and Peshine, but right now it's Brick Avon and Brick Peshine.
Brick Avon and Peshine will operate as they do now as traditional public schools, right? There is an entity, as I understand it, separate from the two schools, that is a community organization called Brick. Just like you could apply for a charter, or any other CBO in this city, or any teacher in the city could apply. That is an application made to the state and not to me, and that is not something that I am authorized to, or have the information to, or the power to influence. What we can influence is whether we are going to lose the students in Avon and Peshine to charter schools. That we can influence, and we have.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackson?
to Ms. Carter's point, the organization Brick itself, we, the board, will feel comfortable not only with speaking with the organizer himself, but in writing that this organization cannot itself be a part of the Community Schools Initiative while it's still applying for a charter application, whether it be Brick Avon, Brick Peshine, or hypothetically, Brick Belmont Runyon. Hypothetically.
Mr. Jackson, we hear you, and we will send that information to Mr. Lee. I would suggest that when he meets with the Program and Instruction Committee, that request be made official through that committee on behalf of the board, directly to the entity.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Lewis?
Break the organization. They have a contract with the district, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Can we discontinue their contract since they have no faith in the district? Since they done showed the district that they have no confidence in us, can't we discontinue that contract and say we have no confidence in them?
Madam Chair, if I can address the board. Good evening, members of the community, members of the board. Mr. Jackson, to your question, and this is not punting the ball, I just want to be very appropriate here. I don't recall exactly what the contractual agreements are. Obviously, I cannot expose the district to any type of outside litigation willfully, but what I can say is that we can review, obviously, all agreements. More importantly, I think that this is a conversation I would suggest that should, as Ms. Wilson indicated, be posed to Mr. Lee when he does come before the Program Instruction Committee. I think that is the first primary start. From there, we can then look at and take the request that the board would have with respect to the other measures.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Fonseca, then Ms. Baskerville-Richardson.
since this seems to be a gray area, right? And we're not getting clear answers on this, why don't they come here to answer our questions in public? You know, because I get what they're saying, and I get that there's a responsibility that the district has and whatnot, but there's also a responsibility that we have to the people of this city, and so their representatives should be here to answer our questions publicly, and then there's no need for us to wait for a response in writing and go back and forth. It's just my suggestion.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Baskerville-Richardson first.
I have the floor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'd just like to suggest that since the whole board wants to hear from Brick, I want to suggest that we consider going into executive session at the next meeting, asking them to come, since this is a contractual issue, is something that we can legally discuss in a closed session, and the whole board would have the opportunity to speak to them at this time. So I just want to suggest that to the chair.
Let me say, subject to the approval of council, I'm sure we'll want to think about that. I think that's a great idea, and I will extend that invitation.
Okay,
on
so
your behalf.
thank you.
Yeah.
I make that. That is a formal request.
Thank you. Next we have Ms.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I had some questions prior to that, so may I still have the floor?
you may.
Thank you. So I wanted to go back. I'm sorry, Mr. Haggerty, I'd like to go back in the superintendent's report. I want to talk about two things regarding Park. One is about the opt-out, because in our board packet tonight, the board members received this article that says opting out is the wrong choice for our kids from Huffington Post Black Voices. That's very nice, but what I did not see in this given to the board members tonight was an article that I read earlier today, which talks about the fact that Newark had the highest number of students who opted out, that Science Park High School had the highest number of students within Newark that opted out, and it did note a particular grade level. I forgot what grade level that is. So my point in bringing that up is that I think it's very important in looking at our Park scores that we have the numbers of students and what schools they are who, one, who formally opted out, and two, who opted out via not taking the test, not completing the test, that sort of thing. We need those numbers, because without those numbers, then the data that we look at is really skewed. We just don't have the whole picture without having all of that opt-out information. That's one point. Okay, so you want to respond to that, and then I go to my next point? Okay.
Yeah, I'll be happy to. As we said at the public meeting, I actually agree with you that it's very hard to draw crisp comparisons until you know both sides of the equation, the opt-out in traditionals and the opt-out in charters. And I also will just tell you as a factual matter that the opt-out rate in Newark was by no means at the top of the state. There were other communities, I seem to remember Livingston, Montclair, and others where the number was dramatically higher. And it is a well-established factual proposition that the level of dropout was directly correlated with the level of affluence in a particular jurisdiction. But I also agree with you that those data, to the extent that we have them, I know we have the opt-out rate. And by the way, you're entirely right. The technology and science were the sort of epicenters of the opt-out. And I actually thought I had been advised that we had shared that data between the business meeting and this, and if we didn't, we will rectify that.
So I was just advised by Ms. Wilson that that was emailed to the board members, but what I'm saying, I think that that should also be a part of the report that's given to the public so that we can have some perspective. It just helps to give a truer perspective on our scores. My next point has to do with the portfolio process. So I think that there is, at least for me, a lot of unanswered questions about the portfolio process. So I want to know if we yet have the specific information in terms of exactly what that portfolio process looks like. Will the students have to submit work accumulated in their classes over a period of time? Will this be special assignments that they're doing now? How will it be scored? What is the cutoff? Who is scoring it? Do we have that specific kind of information?
Sure, happy to answer that question, and it's very helpful that the community at large knows the answers to those very important questions. First of all, there's a memo from the State Department of Education dated October 6, 2015 that makes all of this public information. It's titled appeals process for students that have not met their assessment graduation requirement. That particular memo I know was made available, I want to say at a program instruction committee maybe 3 months ago. Basically, the details of that memo articulate exactly what a student must do in order to meet the specifications for the appeal. So I think the state has been clear in terms of what must be included in it. And secondly, that is, there are some changes from what it used to look like. For example, folks in the audience may know, board members may know, that under HESPA, there was an alternative high school assessment called ASA. And under ASA, students could show proficiency in certain standards and not show proficiency in others. And their portfolio simply had to show any they call them clusters, that the student had not demonstrated proficiency. This is a new process. So basically, the appeal process now doesn't take any prior testing into account. Every student who submits a math portfolio must meet the same math requirements. Any student who meets the submits an ELA portfolio must meet the same ELA requirements. And that's honestly does not matter what your prior testing history was. That's a little bit different. And so all the details of that are outlined in that October 6th memo. And honestly, our trainings with our principals, vice principals, guidance counselors, et cetera, have been driven by the content of that memo. Secondly, in terms of what the students must do, I want to publicly applaud the efforts of our Office of Curriculum, who have been in collaboration with the state to be able to look at tasks that we have designed that the state ultimately has to decide, do they meet the requirements of the portfolio? And through our early collaboration with the state, we've been able to get a yes response to a number of different tasks that we can now make available to schools and have made available to schools that students can utilize as proof that they've met the portfolio requirement. That's one example. Another example are tasks that happen naturally in some of the students' coursework, and those also are eligible to meet the state requirements as well. So we look forward to continued collaboration with the state on any of those tasks if we have a lack of clarity. Right now we have, I think, an increasing level of clarity of what those tasks are that will be portfolio acceptable.
Thank you.
Carter?
Thank you very much.
So on that
I'm
point-
sorry. You can come back to me, but I did have another question. Okay.
On that point, I understand that you said you've made it clear to us, but last meeting we had a student come before us and they stated that they weren't aware of the new requirements. So have you all gone into the schools to have conversations with our juniors and seniors to let them know what's going on, to let them know what the new requirements are, to let them know the different tests that they can take?
Yep, so the standard methods in which we've done that is through, obviously the key people to make sure that they know this are our principals, obviously, as our building leaders, our vice principals, who specifically those who supervise our guidance counselors, because our guidance counselors are the primary information source that families go to and students go to answer questions like this. The primary way in which schools have shared this information with their students are in two forms, actually three forms. One are grade level meetings, where they'll call the entire grade together, review the criteria with each grade in a large setting. Also, that could be in a what we call a convocation setting, where they do that, but basically in a large group. The second is schools are utilizing their advisory period as a space to share this information and follow up with this information with students. So those have been the means by which we've shared the information. Again, all schools have also been holding PARC results meetings with their school, with their community families and communities. And at those meetings, we've also gone through what the portfolio appeal process includes.
Ms. Baskerville-Richardson?
Yes, thank you. So my final, this is actually a comment on the Community Schools Initiative. First, I want to thank Ms. Baptiste Good for the detailed report. And I just want to say that the Southward Community Schools Initiative is not perfect. It is a work in progress. However, I think that it's very important, the involvement of this board, the questions that the board is asking, because the bottom line is that this is an initiative that rose out of the community. It rose out of a cry from the community for community schools. It rose out of a cry from the community for schools that meet the needs of our students. So our diligence and our questions and our involvement is to make sure that this effort, as it moves forward in the best way possible for our students, which is all the stuff we talk about. To me, this is the most important, because this is the work that directly affects our students and their outcomes and their families. There are thousands of students in this city who will reap the benefits of the South Ward Community Schools initiative. And my hope, and the hopes of many other people, is that this will be a model that will eventually change the trajectory for children all over our city. So while we struggle and we don't agree on everything about it, our struggle is to move it forward so that we can create schools that remove the barriers that keep our children from succeeding. So please do not misinterpret the things that we struggle around as our struggling against community schools. We are struggling to get the best community schools that we can for our children. And I would just like to ask Ms. Baptiste Good, if you could please, my concern, as I've expressed in other meetings, is that our parents who are eligible for their students to attend the community schools that are now being developed, what is, and I don't know, if you know the whole answer, perhaps someone from the district, but who exactly is eligible to attend and what kind of outreach is being done so that parents know it's not too late to change their One Newark application, to revise it if they want to go to those schools, and if they miss that, and what can parents do if they want their children to go to the community schools?
So, would you like me to yeah. So the bottom line of that is that students in the neighborhood of these schools, barring some remarkable demographic phenomenon, will be entitled to go to those schools. We have, in other words, they will have neighborhood preference, if you will, around that. Secondly, we have already started to communicate with families in a rather substantial way that these schools are being identified as community schools, and that will be an opportunity they can take into account as they select. We also are very, very well aware, sort of, if I take your question and combine it with Monique's presentation, there is a sort of challenge in the following respect. This is a dynamic design process involving the community. The contours of each school are not going to be identical. They shouldn't be, as you yourself have appropriately suggested. The particular features, aspects, differentiating factors of the schools are part of a design process that is going to take shape over the spring. So I suspect that a number of parents will withhold their decision until later on. Even though the enrollment period ends on February 29th, there will be a means for students to select into these schools down the road.
And I'm just not clear, how will that opportunity be communicated to parents?
So through very similar to the kind of outreach that we highlighted in another context earlier this evening, through door knockers, through community organizations, through community meetings, through mailings, through Facebook, through internet, through flyers, through all the means of communication that we or members of this board can think of to get people to understand the option and how to take advantage of that option.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter?
So you said that you were going to use all these means. So the deadline is February 29th. And as I said before, we didn't select these schools until February 16th. So that doesn't give our parents enough time. So you're saying what we're going to do in the future to get the word out? Yes. The time is now. So if it hasn't been being done already, what are we doing to rectify that situation? And I also asked for an extension in enrollment because we can't expect that parents will have enough time to do their research and do their due diligence to choose a school in about 10 days.
So I have heard your concern, and what I can assure you is that even if someone chooses a different school before February 29th, and then learns about the community schools and wishes over the ensuing period to transition to one of these schools, we will make that process available to that student and that family. For reasons that I'm happy to talk about now or in other conversations, the dominoes, it's to extend the enrollment period has ramifications and implications that go well beyond the community schools. It complicates another number of other scheduling considerations. And so with that mechanically, we really did talk about that and consider that recommendation. But with respect, we don't think that will work to extend the enrollment period. And I would also tell you, even if you extended it by 2 weeks, for the reasons we talked about a moment ago, it is such a dynamic design process. I'm not sure parents would be materially more informed in 2 or 3 weeks than they are now.
So would they still have to go through the appeal process? And have you taken into consideration what Board Member Phil Sellinger said last week in terms of the robocalls and those other methods?
Yes.
Have we started that process?
Well, we haven't started we started the robocall process and included in those. Am I right, Edward? We are doing serially. We'll do another one. So we started it, and we will continue it for the foreseeable future. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, because we have 52 speakers, we are now going to move on to public participation.
This is the public participation portion of the meeting. As a reminder, time limits for all speakers are enforced. There is no sharing or granting of speaking time to others. Speakers must be present when their name is called. All speakers are required to give their names and addresses. The public participation portion of the meeting will be limited to 1 hour and 30 minutes. Examples of unacceptable behavior that are not permitted include, but are not limited to, naming district employees and engaging in personal attacks, slurs, excessive loudness, calling out, yelling, disruptive behavior, attempting to disrupt the meeting, or inciting others to do so. Public participation at these meetings is intended to allow individual members of the public the opportunity to address the board and administration on issues of public concern, not as a forum for two-way dialogue with the board members or district officials. The superintendent or designee or Madam Chair may respond to questions either at the end of the session or responses may be provided at a later time. The superintendent or chair may interrupt any speaker or terminate any speaking privilege if the comments are disruptive or obscene. An individual may be cautioned that a personally directed statement may be slanderous or defaming, and the individual may be liable for his or her statements. Attempts to hijack or filibuster proceedings, repeated interrupting or badgering the board members or district officials, repetitive and truculent speech, or disregard of rules of decorum are not tolerated and may subject the individual to removal from the building. If necessary, the meeting may be adjourned.
Our first speaker is Jordan Roper. Not present. Shaylise Roper. Not here. Anaya Roper. Not here. Next we have John Abigon.
Bless you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I think the speaker is on. All right. They need to turn off the fan, is right. In June of 2015, when I testified against your appointment as Newark School Superintendent before the New Jersey State Board of Ed, I claimed then, and every action you have taken since then proves that I was right. You came here to finish a job, the job of charterizing the entire district. I know the pretext under which you were sent here, to return local control, but what you do plan on returning to us. A chartered district with a few segregated schools for special needs and a building or two for bilingual and ELL. As superintendent, you continue to waste tens of millions of dollars on lawsuits against tenured teachers in an effort to place fear in the hearts of their colleagues. That money could be used to enhance education and making the lives of children and the staff who care for them better. But your reform charter training won't allow you. Aides and clerks continue to work in a hostile environment of fear for receiving a layoff letter. We are able to win all the tenure cases and get back some of the aides and clerks, but not nearly enough to do the job they're required to do. We were forced to go to court to get back attendance counselors whose jobs are required by Title 18A. an administrative law judge had to issue an initial decision that Cammie Anderson and company violated the law and acted in bad faith when they terminated NPS attendance counselors during the creation of the cockamamie Attend Today, Achieve Tomorrow policy, or as I predicted it would become, Pretend Today, Deceive Tomorrow. In 2012, as commissioner, you approved the contract with the teachers, aides, and clerks in this district. In exchange for some reforms, you agreed to not charterize the district. The so-called alternative schools under your reform model are all failing and are out of control. Since that agreement, we have had to go to arbitration and judges to get even the simplest reform effectuated. Simple language such as providing provisions regarding our fringe benefits open bidding process is completely lost on your staff. In June of 2015, you were advised by your own attorney that an attack on the fringe benefit prescription plan was, quote, premature, and rather than litigate a losing cause, it should probably be negotiated. I continue the quote, to ignore the fund and act unilaterally is not sustainable. You ignored that advice and are now in the courts. Is there any surprise? And to demonstrate the complete disdain some of your staff have for NPS employees, I shared this quote from a senior staffer's email to the Office of Medical Benefits. Quote, please do not speak about this now, since the stakeholders will not be aware of the change until after New Year's. You are completely surrounded by staff who feel that workers should have no rights and that they should feel lucky that they even have a job. You speak proudly to any press or media outlet that will listen to cuts you've made without harming children. Do you truly believe that cutting millions from local school budgets and forcing principals to choose which staff to fire and which programs to cut doesn't hurt children? Forced to choose between hiring a full-time teacher with benefits or using a substitute all year because they're cheaper doesn't hurt children? I believe you believe that because you are not educators. You are destroyers. KIPP, a charter school, is building its own athletic field directly in front of Westside High School, which doesn't have a field of its own. How many cut NPS teachers and cut aides, clerks, cafeteria cuts, security guard cuts, etc. did it take in transition cuts from your schools to allow KIPP to get this slap in the face built? Are our fields so full of blood, sweat, and tears and the cooties of poor working class children that the athletic fields our children are forced to play on aren't good enough? Newark Public Schools are facing $75 million in cuts, and yet a charter school has the wherewithal to build a soccer stadium on South Orange Avenue. How many cupcakes did they sell? Lastly, and now you intend to give away 12 school buildings. That's another clue that we're not dealing with educators, because you are not trusted to do so by the community you serve, and as you claim, you are not in the real estate business. Well, I'm sorry, but you're the school superintendent. New Jersey school superintendents hire department directors. We don't have any in this district. We have one for early childhood. They manage properties. They find uses for buildings. They work within the confines of labor agreements. Princeton, Hoboken, Mendham, all those superintendents manage pretty well. And they do it while respecting their communities and their contracts. Real superintendents find uses for space, class size reduction, expanded pre-K, adult literacy, vocational training. I'm certain that the people in this room can find plenty of uses for the old Dayton Street School, a school shut down by your predecessor for no reason other than to promote her failing one Newark plant. So if you're not going to be a school superintendent, resign. If you're not a teacher, aide, clerk, or administrator, resign. If you're not a cafeteria worker, security, or crossing guard, resign. If you come only to destroy, you can leave now. We don't want you here. We don't need you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abigan. Next, we have Christine Taylor. Christine Taylor. Mr. Jimmy White. Not here. Mr. Darren Martin.
Good evening. Let me first salute the Ivy Hill cheerleaders who did a great job winning the state nationals, the nationals. Also, their team mom, Marcy, and all their parents. And Ms. Carter, I know I drove you crazy back and forth with messages, but thank you for making sure they got recognized. So welcome to Ivy Hill. Our principals did a great job of welcoming everybody here. This is one of the best schools in Newark here. Team Ivy is very strong, and we have a community that works together, as Ms. Ram said, with the community. So keep the good job going up, Team Ivy. So let me talk about my charter school friends. And I say that candidly. I have some friends that are charter school people. You guys are adopting this slogan, hashtag hands off our future. So it's amazing to me, because I know some of y'all sitting here, that you would adopt a hashtag like that. So what if we started to say, hands off of our funds? Why don't you use your own money? Or what if we say, hands off our buildings, get your own buildings? So I don't know who came up with that flawed thing, but that's not a good thing. I'm still your friends though. So I attended a nice protest with New Jersey Communities United against the darling of the Democratic Party, Teresa Ruiz. She was shocked. We blew Bloomfield Avenue up that day. It was nice. So I hear we have a meeting, so I'll digress on that. Let's see what happens at the meeting. Sometimes you got to force them to meet with you. So I saw a nice article about charter schools being the new subprime mortgages. You know why that article came out? Because they're unregulated and they're risky. So I saw that Congressman Payne and our Councilwoman Cheney Field visited North Star. Nice, but how about the other schools in the community? So they obviously drinking the Kool-Aid as well. So last couple of points. Newark will not realize success until we get rid of people like the BA that skews numbers and throws out all false numbers to give to people as if we can't count or we don't know what she's giving us. Until you get rid of attorneys or people that call themselves general counsel and other things that defend things that they know that's illegal. Amen. And until we get this superintendent has a checkered past. How much time do I have? Let's see. He has a checkered past, guys. And we knew it before he got here. He is the author of this One Newark plan. He protected Cami Anderson while she was here. So once we get him out of here, because everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie, you can't believe what he says. So therefore, we have to be real about this. They talk about community engagement. Who you engaging in a community? Who have you met with? You haven't met with anybody here. You haven't met with me or anybody back there. Stop lying. It's the same thing as the brown bag lunches that Cam used to talk about. Start telling the truth and stop treating our kids bad. Every kid in Newark has a right to a world-class quality education. All kids, not just some.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Ms. Denise Cole. Ms. Denise Cole.
Well, he left because he still thought I was going to attack him, but I'm not going to attack him tonight. Yeah, yes I am. I'm lying. First of all, tonight, I want to commend the board for always trying to work with a very difficult superintendent. I want to say to Charlotte, please stop condoning this man's actions because we have an OCR complaint out that he has not discussed with the public. The OCR complaint found that they have discriminated and have provided segregation. But the reason why Mr. Cerf has not answered because he wanted to fly under the radar, and Charlotte signed off on it. And the only reason why Charlotte signed off on it because Mr. Cerf didn't have the heart enough to go there to sign off on it. So if you know anything about attorneys, the agent give the attorney the right to go do the settlement and sign off on it. Why did he do it? Because he don't want his name on it. Why isn't this board talking about it? Why isn't this board mandating that he follow that OCR can play? Second of all, I also want to say that we have to begin, I want to say this, the charter schools here that are here, they're here, we're going to say they educate. Those stats up there for the park exam, please don't be happy, charters. Because the problem with those stats up there is everybody in the state of New Jersey failed the doggone park exam by the criteria of the park exam. You can't take pockets of success and make them look successful. If you sit here and you proud of what you saw on that board, first of all, I'm a stat major. 40% up there, 69% that they did well on the park was only because of the variables that was used. If you took the variables in the public school and you put those variables in the charter school, they have done worse than the public schools. That is a flawed stat, okay? Mr. Cerf never tells the truth about the stats. Charters are not educating children no better than the public schools are educating. In fact, what the charter schools are doing, and I've asked this of my friend, Ryan Hill, I've asked this of
Ms.
North
Cole,
Star
your time is
Common
up.
School. I asked them, tell me how many African American and Hispanic males are enrolled in your school each year and how many actually make it to graduation. You know why? They kick most of them out and they do not graduate. Listen, Newark Public School, listen, charter parents, I am a supporter of you. Begin to support this public school because they took an oath to uphold the Constitution. Within the Constitution of the 14th Amendment is Brown versus Board of Education, which means the Constitution and public schools are in it. When you begin not to answer to the public and put a moratorium, we're asking a moratorium on charter schools to rescind your support of that moratorium because it gives us the opportunity to study the impact of charters. It gives us the opportunity to study the impact of the budget. And I want you to know that influx of people going and choosing charters is not from public school. It is because Catholic schools have closed down. And those people that chose private entities chose those charters, not the public school, because most children, parents who go to public school choose public school.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Next speaker, we have Ms. Deborah Smith-Gregory. Next speaker, Ms. Deborah Smith-Gregory.
Good evening, Deborah Smith-Gregory, 454 Washington Street. I serve as the president of the Newark branch NAACP. And I see that Mr. Cerf has stepped out of the room for the moment, but...
Thank you.
But what I was going to say is that my remarks are to the board anyway. We cannot remain silent about the injustices that are drowning our traditional public school children. We cannot be silent as money is being vindictively spent on legal fees, district moves based on closures, giving gifts to charter schools as broom-swept schools. Where is the history of the Newark Public Schools being archived? That is a question that I really would like for the board to find out. We cannot remain silent as money is being thrown to consultants like Amplify, disparity studies you don't see, catapult learning, turnaround for children, a 5-year program that addresses suspension incidents and absenteeism. Are they still here? Are they addressing absenteeism? Relay Graduate School of Education, Blueprints for Learning. Those are just to name a few. There are teachers within the Newark Public School District who are masters and who could turnkey what they know in professional development workshops to relieve some of the consultant spending. Please, board members, stop the superintendent from feeding his friends, lest we forget the superintendent who, as commissioner, allowed Camille Anderson complete autonomy without 1 ounce of accountability, and who actually condoned and defended her work, wants the community to now believe the following: buildings must be sold. Health benefits must be truncated and pushed onto the employees. Layoffs must occur. And most importantly, resources to the schools must be sacrificed. There are substitute teachers serving as math teachers. The bilingual children are being woefully underserved, and violations abound as it relates to our special needs children. As commissioner, Mr. Cerf was the architect of this comprehensive, destructive plan, who allowed drone bombs labeled reform to be dropped on our children's educational system. Now, as superintendent, he has come on the ground to survey the destruction and to complete the mission. Newark Board of Education members, we urge you to stand for justice, ask the hard questions, demand the information. I realize that you have been asking for the information, but continue to do so. Do not transfer 12 buildings for the sake of saving $4 million. Now is not the time to allow these buildings to slip away. Here is my final remark. Here is one solution that you might want to consider. Ask the charter schools who maintain that they are free public schools to share some of their extra funding received from the state of New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deborah Smith-Gregory.
Ask them to have the integrity to give back the money for each child that is sent back to the public school just after October 15th.
Thank you very much.
Just
Next
prior
speaker.
to the March testing.
Ms. Yolanda Johnson.
Good evening, Advisory Board, Ivy Hill, parents, teachers, community members. My name is Yolanda Johnson. I'm the CEO and founder of Parents Educating Parents, and I live in Newark. So earlier, Surf said that this is the first year that we have not been flat funded. According to the School Funding Reform Act, the funding formula that replaced Abbott, Newark Public Schools is supposed to receive $847 million from the state for education in 2015 to 2016 for both public and charter school payments. Since 2012, public school have only received $715 million. In 2015 to 2016, the legal amount of money per student under the SFRA due charter schools was $8,187 at the base. This does not include the additional funding that is allocated, just the base rate. The district was made to pay $9,356. The district per pupil base remained flat. Regular instruction programs in Newark Public Schools in 2016, is February, is $2,000 less than it was in 2008. That's $500 less per student for professional development and $400 less per student for support services such as attendance counselors and guidance counselors. Now, we say the moratorium, because the moratorium on charter school expansion will assist legislators and educators in studying the effects and effects of new charter school expansion and the current effects and effects of the already existing charter schools and their relation to the depletion of the traditional public schools budget and their true performance in relation to their retention, graduation rate, and chronic absenteeism rate. So, they also talked about the park testing. My question to you all is, Mr. Cerf, how do you expect for our students, the 12th graders and the 8th graders, to receive to meet the requirements of the state, and they don't have highly qualified teachers in their classrooms? We're talking about 12th graders and 8th graders, right? How can they move forward and they don't have highly qualified teachers? As a result of the hemorrhaging of funds, Newark Public Schools children are at a risk of not meeting or achieving New Jersey's academic standards. Parents, we have to stand up. What he has done as come in here, like he did in New York City with Bloomberg, to gather up and round up the charter parents for the back end money with the hedge funders and take over. Parents and community members, what SURF has come to do is a hostile takeover.
Ms. Johnson,
This
thank you
is
very
a
much.
hostile takeover.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. Next, we have Ms. Tawanda Sheard. Not here. Next, we have Maureen Robinson.
Maureen Robinson, 428 Doyle Street, Elizabeth, New Jersey, special education teacher, Central High School. Aside from being a highly qualified and certified veteran special needs teacher, I am an activist, especially for students and teachers. I'm not going to complete my speech in the allotted 3 minutes. However, if you are interested in some issues that I raised in my speech before the commission in Trenton in January, go to Google, type in my name, State of New Jersey, January, wasteful spending of federal and tax dollars.
Thank you.
On January 21st, 2016, I stood in shock and awe, stunned as I witnessed a female student viciously assault a long-standing vice principal in the atrium of Central High School in front of a number of bystanders. A police report was filed regarding that incident, but how about the number of incidents that go unreported? I refer to that as the great cover-up scam. I later learned that approximately 2 hours prior to the assault on the vice principal, this same female student had violently assaulted one of her classroom teachers, who had to be treated and ultimately had to go out on disability for a number of weeks with the potential prognosis for surgery on her hand. I contend that there's a reason that students feel comfortable in assaulting administrators, teachers, and guards at Central High School or any other school as for that matter. The operative words are leadership or the like thereof. Students have a constitutional, human, and moral right to an equitable and quality education in a safe and secure environment conducive to learning. Staff also have a right to employment in a safe and secure environment. On occasion, you have listened to me lament to this board about the out-of-control violence in Central High School and the need for additional security personnel. Tonight, I continue that plea for the greater good, safety, and security of students, teachers, employees, and the public at large who visit the building. A few weeks ago, it was reported that an administrator stopped by to perform an evaluation on the principal. The problem that I'm having with this is that if the report is true, the administrative evaluator, who was recently promoted to his position, is a longtime friend to the principal and the mayor of Newark, who promoted the principal to her position as principal. The question becomes, how objective can evaluation be when performed by a friend?
Ms. Robinson.
And moreover, how fair can the outcome be? I'm finished.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Myra Lawson. Not here.
I'm here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Myra Lawson. I'm the Executive Director of the Weequahic High School Alumni Association. I'm also a resident and taxpayer of Newark, New Jersey, and a proud product of the Newark Public School System. First of all, what I would like to do is thank Mr. Cerf for attending our recent Board of Trustees meeting and giving us a statement of support that there are no plans to close down Weequahic High School. That said, I would again urge the board and the superintendent to please help us increase the enrollment at the high school, particularly in light of the community school pilot, which Weequahic is not a part of. But we have students there who need a place to go. We also would like to ensure that our students receive the budget and funding they need for educational, cultural, and sports programs. Finally, last month I made a statement about the co-location of the academies. We have Eagle Academy there and Girls Academy. Last week, there was an incident at the school that was caught on camera, of things being thrown out of the 4th floor window by the students that occupy that space up there. They were from Boys Academy. They threw papers, books, and clothing all over Chancellor Avenue. It was disgraceful, to say the least. The Academy did identify the students who did it, and they were held accountable. However, this is not the first time it's happened. Our concern is that the next time a kid may come flying out the window. There is not enough proper supervision up there at the end of the school day. The children in the academies are destroying the infrastructure inside of the high school. I have seen the damage. Fixtures broken, graffiti on the wall. They run through the hallways, many times without enough or the right kind of supervision. So I am back here tonight asking you all to take a closer look at this co-location. It's 6th, 7th, and 8th graders sharing a building with high school students. They need their own space. With that, I would like to say thank you, and I appreciate your time, and I look forward to seeing somebody come out here to that school and really do a deep dive into what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lawson. And next we have Mr. Travis Hanks. Travis Hanks? Not here. Ms. Kathleen Witcher? Kathleen Witcher? Not here. Ms. Kathleen O'Prey?
Kathleen O'Prey, 331 Academy Terrace, Linden. Good evening, everyone. I'm a teacher at Chancellor Avenue Annex, the early childhood school. I wanted to thank Ms. Baskerville Richardson for getting clarification on when we're going to be getting our playground. At the December board meeting, it was announced that bathrooms were going to be added to the pre-kindergarten classrooms. I wanted to ask, did anyone come out and look at our classrooms? Our classrooms are not large enough to add a bathroom to. There are classrooms in the community schools that were designed for pre-K that we were removed from and placed in buildings with much smaller rooms that are inappropriate for pre-kindergarten. I am asking that pre-kindergarten be returned to the community schools, to the classrooms that were designed for them. It will improve attendance. It will be supportive of the families in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. O'Prey. Next we have Ms. Christine Veliz. Christine Veliz. Next we have Michelle Saint.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here representing City Without Walls Urban Art Gallery.
City Without Walls is located on 6 Crawford Avenue in Newark, New Jersey. It is the largest and oldest urban arts gallery in the state of New Jersey, and I'm coming to solicit the board's support for continuing the support of the gallery. Currently, we have lost our funding from Prudential. They are no longer supporting small nonprofits for operational expenses, and so we've petitioned the mayor's office. We're working with community organizers because we have several programs that provide outreach and support to Newark's kids, providing mentorship in the arts, also workforce development programs, exposing them to careers in the arts and the arts expansions. We have a program called Art Reach, which is connected to Arts High School, where we bring students from that high school into our community to work with artists and mentor them and expose them to arts and arts education. So I just wanted to make our case known to the Board of Ed. I spoke with Ms. Fields from the Advocacy and Curriculum Instruction Office, and we'd hope to partner with you, the board, as well as the Advocacy and Curriculum Office in supporting art in Newark. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saint. Next we have Ms. Diane Cotto. Ms. Cotto. Next we have Ms. Jody Pittman. Who was here?
I'm sorry. Good evening.
Good
My name is
evening.
Jody Pittman, 69 Huntington Terrace, Newark, New Jersey, 07112. Last month, the mayor in a city council meeting made the analogy of expansion of high-quality schools and its burden on the NPS budget to strapping a person onto train tracks and a train coming fast. This week, he agrees to take in 12 school buildings for free with what some are calling sketchy language on what the district will get monetarily in any sale made via the city. I attended last Tuesday's business meeting, and while others in the audience talked over the superintendent and school business administrator, shouted out questions and received answers, after raising my hand and asking could we move on, I received the yelling of my name followed by the powerful gravel hit. I am learning a lesson on politics where it doesn't belong lately, because while our superintendent at least has the reasonable response of I am giving the buildings away to save money being expended in a drowning budget, and I dare not sell them to high-performing public schools, some stick with charter, for I will be called a Wall Street backing crook. Please tell me what the mayor's excuse is for taking free buildings and the train wreck that poses, and our children are suffering. Or is this just another way to lace the pockets in the city and again our children lose? Or the board member who was cool with giving them to his mayor/employee for free, but wants a provision in the contract that prohibits any of these buildings being sold to high-quality performing charters willing to pay and educate our children? Or the board member who says they are offended for simply not being told, but behind the curtains of these very board meetings where they are giving refreshments off of my baby's drowning budget, talks of how when local control comes back, there will be an upgrade to the menu in a budget deficit where lifelong employees lost their jobs and children are being failed every day. Just because some of you are too politically hog-tied to think for yourselves and or run for yourselves, don't give us who have the moral compass to fight the real fight for quality education the gavel. We are here, we are parents, these are our children, we want them educated, and they didn't start failing 20 years ago, my friend. They've been failing for 50 years under local control, and no one cared. And they were black people just like us, and no one cared. Look at your audience of all the people who stood up and clapped and screamed against the superintendent of the Newark Public Schools. No offense, but that was suburbia. And they have all walked out. You are now looking at Newark, and we want our children educated, and we don't care what that public education looks like, be it charter, public, we fight for them all. My children go to both. I pay taxes in this city, and I am here to stay. They come here, suck the money out for a union that stripped us all, and then they go home to suburbia and they leave me with gun bullets out my window. But I'll keep coming back, and I'll keep coming. Don't give me the gavel.
Thank
Don't
you
give me
very
the
much,
gavel.
Ms.
You didn't give
Pittman.
anyone else the gavel. This is a social class issue. This
Ms.
is our
Pittman.
neighborhoods, and we are going to continue to fight,
Ms.
no
Pittman, thank
matter
you very
what
much.
you say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Ms. Floisha Johnson. Ms. Floisha Johnson. Next, we have, she's here? Okay.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Floisha Johnson. I live at 272 Clinton Place, Newark, New Jersey. Born and raised in Newark, New Jersey. First, I would like to say, as a consumer, I constantly search for the best quality and products that will satisfy my needs, whether it's in groceries, electronics, or clothes. If I can't find satisfaction in local shops or markets, I tend to research until I satisfy my desire or my finances. However, when it came to quality education for my children, I understood quickly that what was being offered by their traditional school was outdated and inadequate quality. I then discovered that I had a choice, parental choice, and the superior product is what led me to North Star. This is not to banish quality district education, because without question, there are some exceptional traditional public schools in the city of Newark, but there is room for strong desire for other types of public school. I had a whole speech written out, but I'm going to totally go off task because one of the topics today that was being discussed was the park test. And that's something that's near and dear to my heart, because I went down to Trenton and I testified on behalf of the park test, because I wanted my kids to take the park test. And right here in my hand, I have my babies who attend North Star Academy, Tyler, who's over there in the corner, and Taylor. I have their test results for the park test. My son Tyler scored a 765 in English. My son Tyler scored a 729 in math. Both his English and his math park scores were above the state average. The state average for New Jersey was 750, and I'm proud of my son Tyler. My son Taylor scored a 749 in the math, and my son Taylor scored a 739 in his English. The average score that you can get on the park test is at 850. Both of my boys scored beyond the national state. Okay, so public charter schools, okay, you know what? So if you're saying traditional public schools,
Ms. Johnson and Ms. Cole, can you please let Ms. Johnson speak?
I gave you both the respect when you talked. I gave you both
Madam
the
Chair,
respect.
order.
Can you please let Ms. Johnson speak? Ms. Johnson and Ms. Cole.
Ladies, may I have order? Excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Hassan.
Madam Chair, everybody needs to respect speakers. If they can't respect that, they should be tossed out of the meeting. I'm sorry.
Order, please. We need to allow Ms. Johnson to speak. Order.
You see.
Ms. Johnson, you may continue. Ms. Johnson.
I can't overtalk her, and I'm not going to overtalk her.
Order. We need to allow Ms. Johnson to
When
speak.
they were speaking. Okay, so if they was to pass any test that was before
May I have
some of the
order?
marks out of the test.
Now,
Me as a
excuse
parent,
me, Ms. Johnson, may I have order now?
Okay, but when they was doing that.
This is not the way we are going to interact. This is not the way we are going to interact. May I have order?
Hey, excuse me, security. Next person that speak, escort them out.
Ms. Johnson, you may continue.
I don't even know what else to say anymore. You cut off my microphone, so I can't even talk. The microphone is off.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Next we have Mr. Ramadan Bruson.
Good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ramadan Brunson. I'm from the West Ward, 46 Chelsea Avenue in Newark. 38 years I've been living in Newark. My grandparents, my parents, they always ask for better schools in our communities. And North Star is one of them better schools for me. My son is in kindergarten right now in the Vailsburg North Star, and he's doing great. Every morning, 7:15, we got the dean greeting him at the school. We got the director of athletics greeting him at the school every morning. We got parents on my block. Matter of fact, I have 2 families on my block that are first time graduates from first generation graduates from 8th grade. First generation graduates out of 8th grade because of North Star. So I love it. Everything about North Star, everything about Uncommon Schools. My father recently, he just passed away. I miss him so much. And he always wanted us to go to the best schools, or at least have a choice to go to a good school. And now I have that for my son. I was one of those kids who everybody thought was going to the NBA. I got through school just because of sports. I got a scholarship just because of sports. And now I don't really have to push my son too much towards sports because of North Star. I love it. Our graduation rate is high. And they're doing excellent things. We have concerts 7:15 in the morning where we got hundreds of parents showing up because they want to support our school. They want to see our kids do what's right. And that's what it's about. People talk about numbers and how much people are making. We live in America, man. If you're not trying to make money, then you shouldn't even be here. I love these Uncommon Schools, and to everybody that's on the board that's for it, I want to give you a high five and just keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Next we have Ms. Christine Carter.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Superintendent Cerf. Hello, how are you? I won't belabor the point because it's very, very late and there are parents here, parents just like myself. How many parents here, raise your hand? How many people went to work and are tired? And we have teachers. Salute to all the teachers who do excellent work throughout the city. I'm so disappointed that we sat here and we fight and we bicker and we do it in front of kids. That is so hurtful to me. We need to be fighting legislation. We're talking about changing the opportunities and leveling the playing field. This is not the place to do that. This is not the platform. We can pontificate and debate one another, but nothing will be solved here. So some people who get up here and this is their only opportunity to yell and scream, we've wasted time and we've wasted opportunities where we could be at home feeding our kids, enjoying a glass of wine. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carter. Next we have Mr. or Mrs. Lunadar Albert.
Good evening, board. My name is Lunadar Gerald Albert. I am the child of immigrant parents. Like some of you, when my parents left their native country, it wasn't because they wanted to. It was either stay and starve and become a political prisoner or make it across the shores. Like many of you, now a parent, I value a safe neighborhood to raise my children in Newark. Growing up in Newark, the school's products then and now are producing a percentage of graduates that just are not college ready. We have great teachers in the district and they're not getting their due and recognition. Many make sacrifices for our children with not much fanfare. Yet still, our children are falling through the cracks. Being here tonight is not to point fingers, because in this community, we demand more and we expect more and we are present. There is no different feelings among us at the charter school. 20 years later, their presence, that is the charter schools, in our community stems from our families wanting to see our children grow beyond high school with a thirst for excellence and strive to achieving it. We are not at odds. If the district is selling or giving up empty buildings to other public schools because of the demands parents like me are making for education that transcends our classrooms, then we are agreed that every member on this school board have an imminent responsibility to give our children, your children and mine, access to pay it forward. There is an election for the school board next month, about a month and a half. Every candidate's platform must represent the community that they are elected to represent. Failure is only suitable to learn from, not to continuously repeat. We speak on the security of our children when they walk the streets of Newark. We can do better, but it begins with the education we are giving our children through the schools in our community. So let us decide against the verses in our community. When we continue to forget the important lessons that we are part of something much greater than ourselves, and this greater is not our disagreement, but our children. I sit here confused as well because John Obregon has been sitting in the seat of power for many years while schools in Newark have been failing. He was part of this. If there are charter public schools in Newark 15 years strong, it lies directly at his feet. As a parent, charter schools didn't land on me. I landed on them because they were educating my kids. There is no destruction. There is instead an uplifting of a generation of children who prove that the status quo is not acceptable anymore. Hands off our funding is a misnomer because our funding is from taxpayers like you, like me. So get that straight.
Thank you very much. Next we have Charles Love.
Hello. Power to the parents. All right. Okay, so my name is Charles Love, 599 South 11th Street. I am a former 15-year employee of the Newark Public School System. 15 years. I worked in the worst schools in the city of Newark, where teachers told students that they would not be anything, that they would not be anything. Do you know how depressing it must feel to go tell a kid they ain't gonna be anything when they grow up? I sat in classrooms while teachers told children they wouldn't be anything. And nobody saw a problem with that. Nobody saw a problem with it. That is a shame. That a selfish adult sit around and tell kids they will not be anything when they grow up. The Panasonic North American headquarters is downtown Newark, New Jersey, and there are black and brown children who walk by that building every day and have no motivation of thinking they can work there and run that building one day. That's a shame. Our institutions are broken. You give parents options, and you have people in here, all the non-Newarkers are all now out of the building. They're all gone. They don't live here. But they leech off of the resources of this here city. They suck the blood. People like John Obregon, a blood sucker who sucks the blood out of the city. And these children, there was 105 murders last year. Who are you to tell these people that they can't have an option? Who are you? Paulo Freire High School's over there right now. Their building's gonna be taken from them. Where's the response from the community? Shame on you, America. Shame on you, Newark. Shame on you. Shame on you. Because we don't rally for those children on Broad Market. We don't rally for the kids going to the youth house. We rally for contracts. We rally for millions of dollars. Shame on you. Power to the people, power to the parents. I love you.
Next we have Kim Gaddy. Not present. Next we have Vanessa Roper. Vanessa Roper? No? Next we have Chris Kanick.
Hello, my name is Chris Kanik. I am a math teacher and also the NTU building rep at Central High School here in Newark, New Jersey. Also, I live 5 blocks away, so I do live here. So yeah, I just had to put that out there because it was just claimed that we don't live here, so I do. I have something important to talk about today. I was going to talk about the health benefits issue that impacted or potentially would have impacted NTU members within the district. However, given that the courts have done the right thing and stepped in and said that Mr. Cerf couldn't take unilateral action against the teachers of Newark, New Jersey, we don't have to discuss that. However, we do have to discuss something else, and that's special needs. Because unfortunately, and as I agree, this may not be the format for a sincere public debate, but I will tell you this. According to the statistics as late as 2013, the average charter school only took around 8.5% special needs. The average public school took 18% special needs. If there is to be equal funding and equal opportunity, then I would call for a balance and a check on what a special need student costs the district versus what a general education student costs the district. And I'll ask that every time the state holds charters harmless from funding cuts, that they remember that the 30% special needs students that came into Central High School last year, my bad, 29%, I don't want to get called out on that, okay? I ask that you just tell me, you know, what about the other 20%? What about the fact that nearly 20% more high-level needs students are in true public schools? I don't consider charters to be true public schools, but we'll pretend, okay? I ask you, you have students with lower level needs, you have students coming in at a much lower rate in special needs. I'm waiting for the equity. I'm waiting to watch the autism students who walk into Central High School and can barely express their own name. I'm waiting for them to start showing up at North Star Academy. And I have a feeling that I'm going to be waiting a lot longer than the 5 seconds I have left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Ms. Patricia Noon. Patricia Noon. Shamarius Jean Renoy. Sharon Smith. Not here. Veronica Branch. Donna Jackson. Donna Jackson. Next, Jason Dotson. Ms. Donna Jackson.
Good morning. Donna Jackson, 128 Smith Street. It is unfortunate that we have to still continue to have this fight. But this meeting is about Newark Public School children, and it's not that the other children don't fight, because today I was at Marion P. Thomas because a teacher was robbed yesterday, and the children were held at gunpoint. So I do care about all the children. But at this meeting, we need to make some things happen for the public school children that have been left behind, and they have been. We're getting ready to give away 12 of our school buildings. That's a very serious issue. That's real estate, that's property, that's money. And as I said at the business meeting, Mr. Cerf, and as I requested at the August business meeting, I want you to do a full residential check of every student, starting at the charter schools, particularly because they're costing us almost $300 million. For every North kid that goes to North Star, I'll pay. For every North kid that goes to team, I'll pay. For every North kid that goes to Pablo Fier, and I know less than 50% of their student body doesn't live here either, I'll pay. But for all the children who reside outside of the city of Newark, their districts have to pay. Their parents have to pay. Those students, Science High is a regional school, we're gonna fight that forever. They built that in where kids can come from outside, so we'll have to deal with that later. However, just like Regional Day on Lyons Avenue, but at the end of the day right now, we're talking about budget, we're talking about money, we're talking about assets, and we're talking about kids having the things that they need. And unfortunately, because we've had to have this charter public fight, the kids have been lost in the shuffle on both sides. But the biggest problem I have is that every charter school right now has a surplus. Newark Public Schools is $75 million in the hole. And that's a problem for me if it's about the kids. So as I've always said when I come to this mic, I would love for those of us on the non-public school side, please get up and brag about your children, absolutely. But at the end of the day, talk about all of the children, particularly when you're at a public school meeting. Because public school parents, we need to start going to the charter school board meetings and voicing our concerns as well so that they can recoup the funds that they're supposed to get from other districts. This ain't personal, this business, and trust me, when it comes to our kids, even though y'all don't understand yet, this ain't nothing but money. This is all the folks that's running this system care about. Now let me close with this. I don't know who told y'all to cancel this meeting for next month because of the State of the City address, but don't nobody right now in this city, particularly when he giving away 12 of our buildings, want to hear a word Mayor Baraka got to say.
Ms.
So
Jackson.
I can say whatever I want. I'm almost finished. I can say his name. He big enough to tell y'all to change the meeting and take the heat. Put the meeting back on Tuesday because he done already moved it to the smaller auditorium. Those of us in the community who
Ms.
care about
Jackson.
education, we ain't going to it any old way because we don't want to hear it. Been
Ms.
there,
Jackson,
done
thank
that.
you
What?
very much.
You're welcome. But put the meeting back on Tuesday, let Raz have his little party at the PAC, and we're going to have our party for our children.
Thank
because
you very
at
much.
the end of the day, that's what it's about. All of our children, but this is a public school meeting.
Ms. Jackson, thank you. Next we have Jason Dotson. Next we have Lucius Jones.
Lucius Jones, mic is on? Mic on? Sure. Mic is
Yes,
on.
it is.
Clock started 0.
Yes.
I begin with address is 107 Ivy Street. I thank the staff, the administration, the children for their performance tonight. I've been in this building since 1981. That's how long I've been in this building as a student and as a parent. I'm very concerned when I hear the tone and the culture of the meeting. I'm very concerned when I hear that the remarks, the back and forth, the name calling, and I have to apologize on some degree because I think that the business administrator and the general counsel, while the former superintendent while the district was in the state was dealing with her issues, that they performed and they gave a platform that allowed the people of the city of Newark the opportunity to still have a board meeting and have it run effectively and efficiently. And so we have to commend the general counsel and the business administrator for their thankless efforts of being not only great professionals, but also being parents, because they are parents, they understand the parent issues. I believe that the only winner here is the person or the entity that chartered the charter. And I believe that the state of New Jersey is punting one group against the other. And I also feel that there is I feel like as a parent that there's something, do I have my kids in a high quality situation in the public schools, and why? Because I see the superintendent, and no pun intended, Mr. Sir, I see the superintendent, I even see the mayor supporting the type of reforms that's actually hurting children in the classroom. Now, when I say children, I mean specifically mine. I have one daughter at university, and I know she's getting an inferior education from what I'm hearing going on in the district with the cuts. My daughter, who went to school every day here at Ivy and was happy to come to school, who had that butterfly smile on her face, goes to Arts High and she just cries. That is a problem, because she's sitting in a library instead of the media class and using her iPhone to take pictures because she's in the video arts program. We have systemic problems here, and I think that is a violation of the efficiency under the Constitution of the state of New Jersey that we create two systems but not equal. Because you can't have two systems function in the same system and say that it's equal for every student in the city of Newark, in the district. Somebody's being hurt by this back and forth, back and forth. I'm all for children learning. I mean, I had to send my nephew who went to Weekway. I don't know what's going on at Weekway, but I know I had to fly him to Atlanta, Georgia, because he left there with the highest math score in the building. But yet and still, the Bloods and the Crips want to kill him out on Hawthorne Avenue because he got in the wrong crowd, because he didn't get the resources that he needed because he was in a school that didn't have the resources. We have a major, major issue here. The issue here is that it's about equity for all children. It's about the equity for all children until we get it, that we should not be fighting over nickels and dimes when only 29% of the city of Newark pays property taxes, when 1/3 of the city of Newark is owned and operated by the Port Authority, which receive billions and billions of dollars coming into the city of Newark every single day. How are we sitting here talking about nickels and dimes and nickels while students don't have books in the classroom, while students don't have adequate program, while we sit here and build an academic curriculum? There is a problem here. We talk about the special needs kids and what they're not receiving. And on one hand, the commissioner sir, superintendent sir, you're after, if you're gonna advocate for the kids, we have to advocate for all the kids. And that's what bothers me. I just heard a woman say, oh, my child got 700 on a test.
Mr.
Well, that
Jones.
can be done in any school, but we have to put the effort and the energy into making sure that every single child that sit at a desk have the same equal rights to the opportunity
Mr.
of
Jones,
having
your time
a
is up.
lifelong quality education that will take them to the 31st century.
Mr. Jones.
I'm closing. That's what bothers me. That's what bothers me. I don't want to be a part of this marital problem that the district has with NTU.
Mr.
We're caught in a war between the district, Chris Christie,
Mr. Jones.
and the New York Teachers Union, and our children are caught in the crossfire, and we need to do something about it because the
Mr. Jones, your time is up.
I'm closing, I heard you. The quality, the safety, the future of the students are in jeopardy.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much. Next we have Ms. Betty Maloney.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Betty Maloney. I live at 269 Prince Street, right in the heart of the Central Ward, a few blocks from Morton Street School, the school that you want to close. I am also, to sell off. I am also the retired guidance counselor out of Morton Street School and have a long history of working in various cities, and Morton Street was the best school that I ever worked in. It was a community school before we had the label of community schools, because we had about 10, 20 different grants and programs operating in that school. I want to speak about the sell-off of that property and giving it to HUD. If you look at the panels up here, you notice they're quite large. I want you to imagine that that is filled with Tiffany stained glass windows. That's what is in the Morton Street Auditorium. It's $1 million auditorium that is being sold. There's also stained glass windows in what used to be the kindergarten rooms. There's marble fireplaces, marble stairs. There's also brass railings. There's marble encasing the water fountains. This is an historic building that is being sold off to HUD. And I think what it's important for the board and also Mr. Cerf to look at what happened in New York City when HUD took over land. You know, HUD is they say they're in a crisis. And what they do is they lease the land to charter schools when they get control of the land. They did this in the St. Nicholas projects and built a charter school on a children's playground in St. Nicholas projects. They pleaded poverty that they needed the money from the charter. Well, the charter school in St. Nicholas projects does not pay any rent or any money to that land for 20 years. So how much in debt are they really? And I'm afraid in Newark, when HUD gets control of the buildings, they'll start to sell them off and they'll plead the case of poverty. Now that building of Morton Street is historic because it was talked about in that book on Howard Street. It was the center of the rebellion. It's the home school of Amina Baraka. Yeah, I know he doesn't know that. It also, you know, is very historic in terms of how it relates to the whole history of the Jewish community in Newark. It's a building that belongs to the community, belongs to the children of Newark. It's not something just to be given away and for someone to make a profit on. I know you look like you don't even care up there, which is the whole thing. I think every time I go to a meeting and you make promises, you never really are willing, you know, there's nothing that you're willing to give to look like you're really entering into a partnership with the community. You're not interested in giving community control to the community.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maloney. Next we have Mr. Lyndon Brown.
Good evening. As I stated at last week's business meeting, I was quite disturbed by some of the concerns that were shared with me on Parent-Teacher Conference Night on February 9th. Weekday coaches complained that funding had been cut for their assistant coaches and they were having a difficult time coaching their teams. I can't say enough about the need to dismantle Eagle Academy. There's not enough social supports. The students' behaviors are out of control. We really need to look at dismantling Eagle Academy and redistricting those kids back into mainstream. It worked in New York, but it doesn't work here. I would like to know who was the imbecile? Who was the person who decided to change the evening night school hours from 6 to 9 to 4:30 to 7:30? Because this enrollment has dropped 30%. Students have had to drop out because they had to work. When evening night school was at 6 o'clock, it was barely enough time to get there. But moving it to 4:30, that's an insult. We have a lot of young people who want to get their high school diploma. They cannot get it because they cannot get there on time. They cannot get there at 4:30. When something is not broken, why do you feel the need to try to fix it? The 30% drop in enrollment is just steadily increasing. More and more students are choosing to opt out of pursuing their high school diploma because they need to work. The mandated district novels are needed in some of our schools. Many of our schools have limited supplies, especially in the middle school population. These schools really need these district novels because we do have some schools who have 5% proficiency on the PARCC assessment, and that's for the entire school, and they need to have as many resources as possible. Truancy is also a major issue across the district. There are countless teens roaming the streets downtown Newark and across the city during school hours. Is the district planning on hiring truancy officers to address the attendance and truancy issues in our schools and to rehire attendance counselors? I also attended a meeting last night about community safety. Many of the Newark police officers stated that they felt unwelcome in Newark public schools when they attempted to create partnerships and conduct classroom visits. Some stated that administrators didn't return phone calls or emails, and others stated that their presence in some of the schools seemed to be unwelcome. So when we talk about creating and maintaining community partnerships, we have to ensure that administrators and staff in our buildings are embracing these initiatives. Effective and experienced administrative leadership is key. We are in need of accurate and timely information to be disseminated to our families. The One Newark Enrollment Guidebook that you passed out last week should have been distributed with the application weeks ago. We are in need of technology personnel to come to 13th Avenue School to update our website and to provide some professional development, as you promised several weeks ago. This district needs to allot funds for after-school and Saturday Park tutorials through our Title I funds. Funding is also needed for extracurricular activities in our schools: chess, student council, subject tutorial, ESL classes, keyboarding classes, gentlemen's clubs, robotics, and other viable programs are missing in action.
Mr. Brown.
Okay, let me just close with this one. As far as the selling of our 12 school buildings, let me first say that there are currently many schools that are lacking basic supplies: copy machines, copy paper, computers, school desks, tables, and chairs. You close these schools, you left a lot of this wonderful material in these schools that should be disseminated to many of the schools who need them. While you're talking about selling buildings and saving money, we should help our schools who need these
Brown,
supplies.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next we have Ms. Wilhelmina Holder.
You know, Mark Twain, Wilhelmina Holder, 152 Midland Place. You know, Mark Twain said something, and I just jotted: lies, damn lies, and statistics. I heard a lot of that tonight. A lot of that coming out from the board and the presentations that were made. First of all, I really pray that you do not sell any of those buildings. I would implore each board member to walk as groups through each and every one of those buildings to assess the viability of growth for the future of the district before you sign off on anything. I implore you to use some common sense. The other thing we need to talk about here is something that is called equity. I listened to the fight tonight between the charter and the traditional public. What a shame, because in this district, all children are losing. And they're losing because of resources. How do I know? I tutor the children, whether they're at Paulo Freire or University High. I can't tell. The 1.4 GPA is just that, a 1.4 GPA. Children not graduating from Paulo Freire are in the same track as the kids not graduating from Arts High. It's really a shame that we're not getting to the heart of the matter. When I read the essays, I actually put a yellow sticker on them so that I'm not prejudiced. And I can see the lack of reading, comprehensive essay writing, personal statements. I see it. I see it from these schools. I see it. And that does not exclude any school. So I'm proud that the children are here from Paulo Freire, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done there as well. So let's talk about North Star, how great. We have children at 13th Avenue. I want you to know we're so proud of them. There's one 8th grader who's in the NJIT program in the 8th grade. We have another 7th grader who's reading on the 11th grade level. We have an 8th grader graduating. She's reading on the college level. She's also going to be representing us at MIT from 13th Avenue. See, when the parent from North Star talked about the 2 children, let's not talk about one here and one there. We need to scale this excellence up. That's what we need to be talking about. How can that happen when North Star, the black boys who start there in the 9th grade, 75% don't graduate? I had that discussion in the back with charter school advocates who agreed there was a problem. So when we get together, let's have the honest discussion about who's doing what and why not. Let us not do this. The problem is the state. They've been here 22 years. Let our children go to rot and let our buildings go to rot. They need to get out of our house and let us self-govern, because there are enough people in this community that can do that. They need to get the hell out, and we need to be able to self-govern, because our children are truly losing in this market. Park assessment, we need to stop teaching to the test. We need to give the teachers the professional development. We need to let the teachers design their own assessment. We can't keep doing this market-based assessment for someone else to get rich, and our children constantly be put in the failure pocket. They're failures, they're failures. That's the label you're sending. You cannot, Denise Cole had that much right, we cannot market failure as a success. We could talk about growth. We could talk about the fact we need to do a whole lot more, but we got to sit here and say, you know, we have a crisis in academics, and we need to really buckle down and figure out what we need to do school by school. And the other thing I want to point out to you, yesterday I got a wake-up call. A girl, a 10th grader, has not been in school since September 2015. We straightened it out. She's at Shabazz today. This is why we need to have the honest conversation. We cannot afford to lose 4,500 more students. And I invite you to come to Westside High on March the 5th, where we're going to discuss the park assessment and the impact on graduation, because there will be students denied a diploma.
Ms. Holder, your time is up.
We'll be there to do a presentation, and I invite you all to come out to learn if you're on track, if you're not on track, what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, when is it going to happen. Because this is very important. You cannot say Ms. Holder and let 4,500 plus more children not leave the school district with a diploma. It is not Ms. Holder, it's Ms. Ariana, Ms. Ariana, Ms. Ariana. Let us get it together. Let us get it together. Let's be respectful. Let's have the honest conversation, and let's roll our sleeves up, and let's do some work.
Ms. Holder, thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Cheryl Crawford. Next, we have Janice Reedus. Next, we have Ms. Betty Williams. Betty Williams. Shonda Holmes Lassiter. And next, we have Jeffrey Rutner. Shonda? Okay.
Hi, my name is Betty Williams. I live at 444 South 17th Street. I'm a parent. I'm also an NTU representative. I like to say that I expressed it before about the special needs students. I think it's a shame that all these buildings have been sold or dismounted or just closed down, and then you take the special needs students and stick them into the schools without the proper education of the teachers. They have to be inside of the classrooms with other students. It's no wonder what you guys think that the students are not capable of learning or succeeding because you have special needs. And don't get me wrong, I'm not beating down on special needs students. All I'm saying basically is that I don't understand how you can just close so many schools, so many avenues without giving it so much consideration that those children with special need problems need their own schools. You know, that was the purpose and the design of the schools to be built and for the students to go there because they need their own. You take JFK, for example. If you close that school right today, can you imagine the kids picking on different other kids because of their handicaps or, you know, whatever their problems are? You're talking so much about helping charter schools, this, that, and the other with fundings, but what about the newer public schools? Didn't we start off with the newer public schools? So how is it that the newer public schools are so bad now for the kids when they was so much more greater for students that came out of there years ago? You know, I'm just going to talk just a second or two about my daughter. She went to Harriet Tubman from pre-K to 6th grade. She had an opportunity to go to a boarding school, which I'm very proud of, and she succeeded. But let me talk about my other daughter. She went to Harriet Tubman again, from pre-K to 6th grade. From there, she went to Link. Okay, you say, why Link? Because maybe I thought that she could get the schooling that she needs. But let's just turn it around. she graduated from Arts High School, a graduate of arts. She went on to a college in Georgia, graduated on top of her list. She came from Newark Public Schools. So all this stuff about the charter schools, this, that, and the other, continue to give the students a chance in the Newark Public School, and I guarantee you we will have much success just like the charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Jeffrey Rutner. Monica Darko. Tisleida Bernard. Tayan Gayoso. Shelley. Monica Lackford. Tawana Roebuck. Sheila Montague.
Hello, everyone. Sheila Montague, product of Newark Public Schools. I'm not sure how I came up last, and I think it's really unfair. I have children I have to feed, and I know for a fact that I signed up before some of the other speakers that went earlier. But be that as it may, I'm not going to bore anybody with needless rhetoric because a lot of things I wanted to say have already been eloquently said. But what I will say is that, sir, if I did meet with you, we talked about two things that I held very, very important. I just want to remind you, the safety piece that we spoke about, I didn't hear any feedback in terms of that. It's still a very strong concern that I have. Also, the Amistad implementation is still not being implemented. Again, those are two things that I would really like to hear. What is the current status of? Those two are very important. In terms of the community schools, I don't understand why the West Ward didn't get any. That's problematic. We have students all over the city who are not in school, and there needs to be some things being done to get them back into school. The parents were arguing tonight over the difference between charter and public schools. And when you look at the PowerPoint presentation, subliminally, right, from the very first page, it was a setup. The fourth bullet reads, or is it the second? I don't know. One of these bullets on this first page. I'm not going all over this. But the point is, when you start comparing test scores between charter and public school, you know that subliminally you're causing a rift. And, you know, I heard some things from both sides that are true and some things maybe that are not so true. So I just want to speak for a moment really quickly to someone saying that the school system was working. That the school system was never working. There has always been institutionalized segregation and racism when it comes to schools. Right now, parents want a choice. They've always wanted a choice for their students to be educated. But what happens is we can't be selfish and want better for our kids at the risk of other people's children. These are still our children. Malcolm X, for example, he died fighting against this very oppression that, Mr. Surf, you actually stand here as the face of today, the face of educational oppression. And your body language is so disrespectful. And I would ask that you really consider that in moving forward. But again, back to Malcolm X. He got killed in this struggle. All of his kids, and I believe there were 4, that were fatherless. Was the community, was the state, was the people, was this country not responsible for his children and their education afterward? So we give our people very limited options, and there's really no options at all. Somebody made a statement earlier that both of the schools are about doing the same, and that's the truth. That's the truth. But at the same time, some of the people in here that stand up to the mic, you're hypocritical.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pontier.
I'm going to say this really quick. You're hypocritical. Don't let me see you going inside of election booths, cheating, and standing here calling somebody else hypocritical. We need to be respectful and accountable.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pontague.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Elena Vander Merwe. Last, we have Ms. Belinda Jackson. This concludes our public participation.
I'd
like to make just a handful of points in response to some of the points brought up during public participation. First, there was an implication that JFK, which is one of our finer schools, might close. I just want to make sure that one doesn't get into the rumor mill here. That is absolutely not true and not part of any plan. Second, I want to advocate, as I have on multiple occasions, I believe it was Ms. Holder's point, that advocacy for equity for all children is exactly the heart of this. Equality of access, equality of resources, and equality of choice for quality education. So I heartily endorse that. Third, several of the speakers noted that there was a plan to, quote, give away buildings. I just want to clarify the record on that. They are being transferred not to HUD, but to the Newark Housing Authority, subject to this board's consideration. And the 100% of the proceeds of any sale will go into the capital fund to support the buildings in the Newark Public Schools. I want to be very sure that everybody understands that. Buildings that we are being told overwhelmingly are not subject to reuse as a school will be, to the extent that we can get value out of that in order to repair what I have called the tale of two cities in this school. We're about to open a building tomorrow called Elliott. It's a fantastic $45 million new school. Oliver's coming up. You go to Central, you go to Speedway, you go to Science Park, you go to First Avenue. But there are a number of schools here that are in tremendous need of repair. Some of them have been around here for literally a century and a half. And to the extent that we can get resources to replace the wall, to put in air conditioning, to upgrade the quality of that, we have a budget today, our central budget, that has a $72 million expense line for facilities. A portion of that operating budget is used to pay for capital upkeep of buildings, boilers, and so on. That is, those same dollars should be used for direct educational support. Some of the things we've heard about tonight, for teachers, to the extent we could get those off of our operating line to get new resources for building stock that is literally costing us $2 to $4 million a year. That is in the best interest, in my humble judgment, of children, something I know we all stand for. Secondly, I see, and their patience is so admirable, a representation from the Paulo Freire Charter School here today. I want to clarify some points that perhaps, I know you didn't get a chance to speak, but I want to clarify some points that I hope will be useful to you. Paulo Freire is a charter school that has a short-term lease that expires in June. I understand that the termination of this lease would undoubtedly create a risk of dislocation and problems for the school. It is for that reason that we have spoken to Mr. Keith Kennard of the Newark Housing Association, and he is absolutely prepared to guarantee that that school will continue to have the right to occupy that building this year and next year while we all try to sort this out. So there's not a sudden dislocation that is at issue on what again is a short-term lease. Fourthly, I believe it was Ms. Jackson who asked for a residence check. Was it Mr. Ms. Jackson? I think that's a terrific suggestion, and that is something that is underway. Newark Public Schools are funded for the students who live in Newark. It's an issue that has been repeatedly raised to me anecdotally, both traditional schools and charter schools, and we are acting on that recommendation and initiating a process simply to get people to revalidate that their residency is in fact in Newark. Lastly, I didn't understand the question, Mr. Jones, but yes, both, sir. And then I also want to say there has been such grotesque misinformation about the change in the prescription benefit card. So I do want to make sure the citizenry and the community is updated about this. There is absolutely an assurance that will be validated by a court of law that the benefits are equal or superior to the current benefits. What we are trying to do is save resources that we believe are being misspent, again, to the tune of at least $1 million and possibly as much as $2 million a year, money that is going to third-party insurance brokers that should be plowed back into our schools in the form of better educational support services and so on. We would not do this if the we could not do this if the benefits were not equal. We have asked, we pay about $20 million a year to an entity created in 1972. We literally get an invoice of $1.5 million, $1.8 million a month from this entity that says, pay us this amount of money because we're going to cover these prescription benefit cards. We repeatedly ask them for details, for particulars, for whom, for what services, and they repeatedly decline to give us the details. If your nose isn't twitching that there's something wrong here with the financial controls, when an entity bills you $1.5 million a month and then does not pony up. Now, interestingly, the court ruled, contrary to Mr. Abigon's statement, the court ruled that we have, as a district, the right to change prescription providers so long as the benefits are equal. In other words, the union's lawsuit lost the fundamental point. We then asked this entity again for the documentation to support the claim. In a court hearing yesterday, the entity declined to respond to these questions and invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination as a basis for declining to produce the documents which we need to validate that we're not wasting our students' money, right? They declined to answer the questions. They invoked the court's order. They invoked the court's order in order to, again, say, well, we don't want to dish up these documents. The court today ruled that they could not rely on the court's order. The court's order had nothing whatsoever to do with their failure to pony up these documents. I only mention this because sometimes there's a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation that is portrayed out there. Some of that happened tonight in the course of this. We are all in this together. Our mission is to assure every student a quality public education and to do everything we can in an environment of dwindling and declining resources to spend that money as wisely as possible. So I don't think time allows a response to a speakers list that had 52 speakers signed up, but I did want to mention those points. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Now we have two board members that want to speak.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Khalil first.
Okay.
Then Ms. Carter, then yourself, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on one of the concerns that was brought up by Mr. Brown concerning the night school. Just wondering, what was the rationale of the night school being switched to 4:30?
Yeah, I think it is an excellent. May I ask Ms. Holder what school? Because I couldn't hear it.
Mr. Brown.
Newark Evening. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if any of my colleagues know the answer to that. If not, it's a question that deserves an answer.
Mr. Haggerty should know the answer.
Does any of my colleagues know? We will take that under advisement and get back to you.
Mr. Haggerty should know the answer.
Is Mr. Haggerty here? He's good. Yeah, we will. I'm going to have to get back to you on that. Thank you.
So nobody in that audience?
Ms. Carter? No? Okay, then Mr. Jackson.
So just rather quickly, I wanted to try to interject because going back to the Benny Card matter,
to my understanding, that is still a pending legal issue, and I don't think the particulars should necessarily be discussed in public, but they were already going into detail.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was responding to...
No, yep, I understand, we don't...
Yep, okay.
Mr. Sullinger?
Superintendent.
Yes, sir.
I want to go about Weequahic. I was in Weequahic High School. I was over there this week. I told you about something that happened on the 3rd floor. And it is running wild up on that 3rd floor. Children are running around, and I was there. It's a fact, because I went for something else, what I was telling you. But it was running really wild, and they just had the security guard. He sat on that other side of it. I guess that's the other school. And this side here was just running crazy. So I want to say, it's like you say, the facts. I happened to be there this week. I was telling you.
I appreciate that. Could I just confirm one? This was on the 3rd floor.
It was on the Girls Academy.
That's what I'm trying to confirm. Thank you very much
That's
for that information. We will pass it on and get back to you with additional information.
No, it was Girls Academy. I said that, Girls Academy.
Yes, sir.
With
We
a G.
are aware of those concerns, and I will tell you off. I would be happy to give you more information, but your concern is appropriate. Thank you.
Any other board members before we move on? Ms. Pascal Richardson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First, in terms of the Newark Evening High School, I'm the chair of the Program and Instruction Committee. I did not know about this change until it was brought to our attention by Mr. Lyndon Johnson at the business meeting. And I'm sorry, Lyndon Brown, I'm sorry. Sorry, Freudian slip. But I just want to say that I will definitely make sure that within the Program and Instruction Committee that we do follow up on that particular issue. I also want to thank Ms. Myra Lawson, who is still sitting in the audience, and she's still sitting here, I believe, out of her concern for Weequahic High School, and I share her concerns, and I've expressed this before, not just because I am an alum of Weequahic High School, and not just because I live up the street from Weequahic High School, but because I'm very concerned with what I see and what I hear about that particular co-location, and which leads me to understand that that is a co-location that is not working well for any of the 3 schools that's involved in that co-location. I do want to express to Ms. Lawson that I am, again, actively communicating with people, with, I believe, the appropriate people in the district, and that it is thanks to you and others, it is on everyone's radar that something must change. I believe that more supports are needed for the children who attend the girls' school and Eagle Academy. I believe that they do not need to be co-located in Weequahic. Weequahic needs to be able to breathe and grow and develop and have the programs that a high school should have without sharing a location with younger grades. And I will continue to work with the district and with the community on that particular issue. So the other thing I want to address is what happened in this board meeting this evening, and I will be brief because I've sat on this board for a number of years, and the same thing happens again from time to time. I want to say that the people that I meet, the parents I meet in this city, the majority of them are neither charter school parents nor traditional public school parents. Many of them have children in both, and they make the decision of what they believe is best for each individual child. I believe that when the sort of thing happens that happens tonight, it is the result of an organized, well-funded effort to divide our community. I do not think that the charter school community would appreciate other folks from the community coming to their board meetings, filibustering, standing up and speaking about the wonders and achievements of the students in the Newark Public Schools. I believe that it is inappropriate, an inappropriate use of our board meetings and an inappropriate use of the airtime that is reserved for the Newark Public Schools issues. Everyone has freedom of speech, but I just want to put in perspective what I think is happening here, and if the tables were turned, how I believe that there would be a lack of appreciation for that. Someone alluded to school board elections and all of that. I truly believe that anyone who sits on this school board, past, now, or future, if they sit on this board, and if you notice, 99% of the things that we talk about on this board have to do with the Newark Public Schools exclusively. I don't care what anybody's affiliations or their personal concerns are. I believe that everyone here must have as their priority the betterment, the improvement of education for students who attend the Newark Public Schools. That's it.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Fonseca?
I'm gonna be really quick. I just have one thing. I heard a few parents come up and talk about children with special needs. And this is like my third time requesting an overview of where we are with our special needs students. I would like whoever manages, oversees that department, whatever the stats, whoever it is in the district, I would really like if they would come to one of our meetings and they would give us an overview of where we are with the IEPs, where we are with the services that are being provided to those students. So I would like that to be a formal request at this point. And the second thing, also with our bilingual students, me being a Latina sitting on this board, it's very important for me to know that our children are being serviced as well. And I've heard a few parents come with those concerns even tonight. So I wanted to know if we can also get an update, making sure that those students are, getting the proper language classes that they need. So if at some point in the next 2 months, I would give that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, in fact, the snow got in our way. We were going to respect your prior request earlier, but I believe, I'm looking out to Paul, is next month we're going to do the comprehensive presentation on special education. So that is already calendared and underway. So thank you for repeating that.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have ratification of January items.
So this is a board vote on the ratification of the items that where a vote was taken on record with the school business administrator. There are 17 items. The 5 votes on all items by board members to approve on 17 items were Mr. Sellinger, Mr. Hassan, Mr. Lewis, Ms. Perello, and Ms. Carter. The other record on the business administrator's ledger was that Ms. Fonseca voted to approve all items with the exception of 11.6, she voted no, and 11.17 milk products, she voted no. So is there a board vote to ratify those votes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I have a move by Mr. Hassan. I have a second by Mr. Lewis.
That's what we're doing.
This is the board vote to ratify the votes provided to the business administrator on the January items. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain?
Abstain.
Motion carries.
Next, we have, is there a motion for program and instruction to vote on the 2 items that are listed?
I don't know what's going on right now.
1 second,
Do we
it's
have
not
to
coming
vote?
up on the.
Don't we have to vote electronically?
It's just a vote on the field trips.
Yeah, I have a question though. That ratification vote that we just took.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to also do that electronically? The vote that we just completed for the ratification, are we doing that electronically as well, or no?
No.
I'm sorry, I can't
No.
hear the question.
Okay.
What'd you say? Question?
If we were doing the last vote done electronically on the ratification, I think that's
Just 1 item?
Just one field trips.
Is there a motion to approve authorization of district field trips?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Mr. Hassan.
Second.
Second. Third. Could I have Ms. Carter on a second?
Carter, second.
This is a motion to approve the authorization of district field trips, item 12.2, moved by Mr. Hassan, second by Ms. Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries.
Next, we have finance and operations. Is there any board members that would like to pull an item?
I would like to pull 13.21.
What's that?
Ms. Carter, what is
I have a few items.
You gotta look on here because it's not.
Is there a discussion on what items to pull?
13.21.
And 13.7.
I don't see a 13.21.
I have 13.7.
13.7, permission to set up study school buses?
What do you have for 13.7? Okay, but look at 13.7. Well, what do I?
I'm looking at paper.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry.
You're correct, okay.
It's 13.21.
Yes, 13.1.
13.21.
13.21 is the Newark Housing Authority item, correct?
Yes,
Okay, what are the other items?
that's all I had.
I'm sorry, is the move to pull it or to separate
Pull
it?
it.
Are
To
there,
separate it out.
Yes.
okay, are there any other items to separate?
Yes. I wanted to separate the 13.33, the Bennett card.
Okay.
I also wanted to separate the 13.12 and 13.16.
Okay, 13.12 is the
Operating
account checks,
Yep.
and 13.16 December account checks?
Yes.
Okay, is there discussion why those items should be pulled? Maybe the business administrator can
I don't
respond?
have a discussion. I just want to vote on it separately
Okay.
for me.
Madam Business Administrator, would you like to comment?
I'm unaware of any comments on the operating checks.
For 13.21, I would like that pulled out because I want to recuse myself. I am an employee of the Newark Housing Authority. Therefore, there's a conflict of interest.
Okay, if there's a question on 13.12 or 13.16, then maybe the business administrator can respond to on the checks?
Also,
Okay, all right.
One on 13.21, council. One of our members has a conflict.
Okay.
That's one. On the other items, it is my understanding there are no questions, but the board member would like them to be voted separately.
Okay.
Matt, I'm sorry, may I just interject this, if I may? So I'm going to ask that 13.21, I'm going to make a motion that be pulled and held for next month. Would you like that motion now, or do we want to vote on the motion to, is it simpler to simply ask for the withdrawal of the first motion and then to take the motion now to pull it for next month? Is
Whatever the board prefers.
I second that motion.
Okay, so there's...
First, Ms. Carter would need to withdraw her motion, correct?
I don't think she made a formal motion. I think we were just talking about what items to take
Okay.
separately.
All right, so then I would like to make a motion to hold
Your motion's to table 13.21?
0.21 for next month.
A second by you, Mr. Jackson?
That's affirmative. Yes, sir. I second that motion.
So are we voting on that first?
Yes,
or?
let's vote on it first.
Okay, so I'd like to speak to the motion before we vote. Okay, so the reason that I'm asking that we hold the motion 13.21, conveyance of properties to Newark Housing Authority to facilitate, I think that should be redevelopment of unused assets, is because I think that even though this has been alluded to by the superintendent over the last couple of months, just last week was the first time that we were actually saw the formal proposal. And for me, 1 week is simply way too short a time to make that kind of decision. I do appreciate the fact that a special meeting was held, that there was the opportunity to speak to Mr. Keith Kennard from the Housing Authority, and he was very good at clarifying certain aspects of the agreement. However, there still are lingering questions. There are lingering questions that would make me and some other board members perhaps want to have the opportunity to speak to outside counsel to get advice on this, as well as I think that there needs to be the opportunity for more detailed information to go out to the community regarding this issue, because this is a major issue. There's the issue that has been brought up today, that was also information was sent to me about the potential value of certain things within some of those buildings that we would simply need more information on. I would like to have the opportunity to visit, take a look at some of those buildings. And I just believe that I don't have a problem. I have no problem voting at the end of the day in what is in the interest of the students in Newark and in keeping and in making our district whole and solvent. However, a vote of this magnitude for me has lasting repercussions. We are letting go of 12 properties potentially, which is no small thing. As a board member or perhaps any elected official, there are certain votes that follow you. And I don't have a problem with that, but I must feel, and I would like the community to know, that this board has done their due diligence in exploring every aspect, every potential aspect, and have the time to really think and consider it before taking a vote of this magnitude, which is why I am asking, why I put forth the motion that we hold this vote next month instead of this month, so that we can have the time for certain due diligence to take place prior to the vote.
Is there a discussion for the response?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Lewis?
most of these buildings, I believe I'm the longest serving board member on this board. And most of these buildings I've been in, I know of, and I know the conditions of these buildings. Warren Street School, well, that was one of the schools I helped orchestrate to remove American history out because of the condition of the building. I'm comfortable, and I stated this at our finance committee, and I said at the operations committee, that I'm comfortable with us turning these buildings over because any time we can save teachers, anytime, listen.
Please allow Mr. Lewis.
Please respect me.
Please allow Mr. Lewis to continue.
Respect me. Respect me, please. Respect me, please. So,
Ms. Doc, can we have the discussion? Let the board members do their discussion as part of their due diligence. All I'm asking is that we be able to hear the discussion. Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
yeah. So back to what I was saying. These, if we can save money to save teachers in the classrooms, to help hire support staff, I believe
Ms.
we talking
Baker.
about the best interests of the students. We're asking Newark Housing Authority to come in as real estate agents to sell this property for us, so that, and it's clear, I'm not up for re-election, so I'm clear that this money will be going into capital funding. The superintendent have assured us this board is committed to making sure that this money go into capital funding. It's my integrity here, so I'm talking about what I believe, right? We can disagree.
We have order,
Miss,
please.
Please allow.
Excuse me, board chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, can we have a discussion that everybody can hear? You won't know if it's intelligent if you don't hear it, right? So we need to hear it first and then make that determination.
It's not a conflict.
Mr. Brown.
It's not a conflict with me, sir.
Mr. Brown.
Continue.
So let's just say this. I've been on this board for 7 years. My track record speaks for itself. And I'm asking the board, as the finance chair, to not table this and ask for that we vote on this tonight as the chair of finance.
We already have a motion on the floor, and I'd like to call the question.
Okay, this is a motion to table item 13.21, moved by Ms. Baskerville Richardson, seconded by Mr. Jackson. Roll call vote. Ms. Baskerville Richardson.
Yes.
Ms. Carter.
Abstain.
Ms. Fonseca.
No.
That was a no. Mr. Hassan.
No.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Rashidi.
No.
Mr. Salinger.
No.
Ms. Chair Perello.
No.
Motion fails. Is there a motion to vote on all items except for the ones that we're going to take separately?
So moved.
The item was not tabled. This is a motion moved by Mr. Hassan, second by Mr. Rashidi. This is a motion to vote on all items together, all finance items with the exception of 13.12, 13.16, 13.21, and 13.33. This is only a motion to take the items together. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay, that motion carries. Going to take them together. Do I have a motion to vote on those items?
So moved.
Mr. Hassan? Second by Mr. Lewis. Can I have order? Can I have order in the audience, please?
Ms. Holder.
Can we order,
Ms.
please?
Holder and Ms. Baker, please let us continue with our business. We need to continue with the votes. Can you please?
This is a motion to vote on all finance operations items with the exception of 13.12, 13.16, 13.21, 13.33. Moved by Mr. Hassan, second by Mr. Lewis. This is a vote on those items. Ms. Baskerville Richardson. This is a vote.
Excuse me. We are board members. We're trying to get clarity on what we're voting on, so we don't vote for the wrong thing. So just give me the mic for a minute, please. Trust me, I understand your pain, but give me the mic for a minute.
Okay,
That's what we're trying to figure out. I can't hear.
Okay, let's again.
General Counsel, can you please?
Yes, we are voting on all finance and operations items with the exception of 13.12, 13.16, 13.21, and 13.33. This is a vote for all items except those. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Board members know what they're voting on? Okay. Mr. Hassan moved it, second by Mr. Lewis. This is a vote on those items. Ms. Baskerville Richardson.
Yes.
Ms. Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Fonseca.
Yes.
Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Rashidi.
Yes.
Mr. Salinger.
Yes.
Chair Perello.
Yes.
Okay. Those purchasing items are approved. The remaining items are 13.12, 13.16, 13.21, and 13.33. Should we take them separately?
Separate.
Okay. Okay. Is there a motion to approve 13.12, the operating account checks for January of 2016?
Move it.
Mr. Lewis.
Second.
Mr. Jackson. This is a motion to approve 13.12, which is the operating account checks for January, moved by Lewis, second by Jackson. Ms. Baskerville Richardson.
Yes.
Ms. Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Fonseca. Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Rashidi.
Yes.
Mr. Salinger.
Yes.
Chair Perello.
Yes.
13.12 is approved. Remaining items.
Everybody didn't vote.
Okay.
Crystal,
My internet now.
Crystal and Marquise.
Marquise, you haven't voted. Your internet's down.
You gotta vote.
My internet down.
His internet is down.
Let's do it.
My internet
I'm
down.
totally confused.
He has no internet access.
My computer died.
Okay, next item on the agenda was 13.16, which is the operating account checks for December of 2015. Is there a motion to approve that one?
Motion.
I have Mr. Jackson, second.
Second.
Mr. Lewis on the second. This is a motion to approve item 13.16, the operating account checks for December of 2015. Moved by Mr. Jackson, second by Mr. Lewis. Ms. Bashful Richardson?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Fonseca?
Abstain.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Rashidi?
Yes.
Mr. Salinger?
Yes.
Chair Perrello?
Yes.
That motion carries. 13.16, the operating account checks, December 2015 passes. All right, remaining two items are 13.21 and then 13.33. 13.21 is the conveyance of the properties to Newark Housing Authority. Do we have a motion on that one?
Move it.
Mr. Lewis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hassan.
Ms. Dock?
This is a motion to approve the conveyance of the properties to Newark Housing Authority. It's item number 13.21. It's moved by Mr. Lewis, second by Mr. Hassan. Ms. Bashful Richardson.
No.
Ms. Carter.
Abstain.
Ms. Fonseca.
Yes.
Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson.
No.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Rashidi.
Yes.
Mr. Salinger.
Yes.
Chair Perrello.
Yes.
Motion carries. Remaining purchasing item is 13.33, Bennett card prescriptions.
So moved. I'm sorry. I moved to vote on item 13.3.
Can we have order, please? Board's trying to do business. Mr. Hassan, you move to approve 13.33 Bennett card. Is there a second?
Second.
Can you have discussion on the motion, please? Madam Chair, discussion on the motion?
Yes, Ms. Bashful Richardson.
Okay, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have order? I am asking politely. Ms. Baker, Ms. Dock. Yes, I can hear you now. I need order so that the board can do its business, whether you are in agreement or not. Let us have order so that we can do business and we can function the way we're supposed to. I cannot hear what is going on. Now, I will thank you in advance to be polite, professional, and cordial as this board and staff have been with you. Yes, I have. So I'm asking, can I hear what is going on that I can do my job to service you? Council?
Okay, there's a motion. I believe Ms.
I
Ms.
think I have the
Bashful
floor
Richardson
for
wanted some
discussion on the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to be sure, before we vote that there's clarity, not only for the board, but for the listening audience, that what we are voting for here, Bennett card prescriptions, excludes the Newark Teachers Union, that we are not voting on the case that is currently involved in litigation with the NTU. And I also have a question, I think for our clarity, which labor unions employees are involved in this change to Bennett card prescriptions, and what has been the conversation or what has been the communications from those particular entities in terms of this change?
Let me answer yes. The item on which you are voting covers all other employees except NTU, which is the Newark Teachers Union. The entities that are covered are Local 68, our custodian union. Local 32, our Office Professional and Employees International Union. Local 617, which is our custodial workers, security guards, clerical workers, our building trades, which covers our trades, and our unaffiliated staff. Am I missing anybody, Ms. Schomburg? And CASA, which is our principal and vice principals union with some other members, and Local 3, which is our food services union. As it relates to conversation, General Counsel, has anybody else joined in litigation with the NTU that we are aware of? No, we have no indication that any other union has indicated an unwillingness to be transferred. As a matter of fact, those entities were transferred on February 1st. I am going to ask for the last time, and I'm really trying to be respectful of my elders, and I would appreciate the same respect. Thank you. All of those entities have transferred to Benicard effective February 1st.
And they all have agreed to it. So you're saying that no union has...
Not that we are aware of. Larissa, you have anything different?
So if we were to table this, the ramifications would be...
If you table it tonight, the ramifications would be that the district would be in a breach of contract because we would be unable to pay the vendor for services rendered.
All right, ready to vote? Okay, this is a vote on item 13.33, Benicor, moved by Mr. Hassan, second by Mr. Rashidi. Roll call, Ms. Baskerville-Richardson?
Yes.
Ms. Carter? Ms. Fonseca?
Abstain.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Rashidi?
Yes.
Mr. Sellinger?
Abstain.
Chair Perrello?
Abstain.
Motion carries. There are two items under number 14, the nursing services plan and the personnel actions for IDA Part B grant.
Move it.
Second. It still carries because it's...
This is a vote on the nursing services plan and personnel actions for IDA Grant B plan. Mr. Lewis moved it, second by Mr. Hassan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries. Legal items remain. We have 4 policies. Updates, these are mandated updates to the policies. It's 3327, relations with vendors, 3515, smoking prohibition, 4112.8, 42.8, nepotism, 5131.6, substance abuse was provided to the board. They're all mandatory revisions. Is there a motion to approve the policies?
So moved.
Mr. Hassan, second by Mr. Lewis. Motion to approve those policies. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? That motion carries. Remaining item, 15.3, determination that the district property on Chestnut Street is not necessary for school purposes and authorization to lease to the highest bidder. Do I have a motion on that?
Motion.
Mr. Lewis, is there a second? Mr. Rashidi. This is a motion on item 13.16. Moved by Mr. Lewis, second by Mr. Rashidi. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? That motion carries. That's it for the voting items, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Lewis?
We're in no order new business right now?
Yes.
We are.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Lewis, then Mr. Jackson, then Ms. Carter.
So I just want to, as we close out tonight was a rough night. I just want to be clear to those who are listening and those who are still in the audience that my vote tonight was based on my own homework, based on, I believe that this is in the best interest of the children, and those who truly know me and support me know that I will not do nothing that will harm our children in this district. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackson?
A few things really quickly, and I'm going to be real brief. First, I think I owe an obligation to basically state, for one, I don't think it's anyone's intent here to be anti-education in the city of Newark. However, when folks come to bash the public school system as a whole to make a point that I personally don't understand, it bothers me. We are here to govern through effective policy the Newark public schools. If you don't have a solution and or an issue in the Newark public schools, we as a board cannot help you. If you have an issue with a school that is not a Newark public school, I would advise that you take it with that board. And on a personal note, if people would have championed for public school way before, like they do for charter schools, we might not be in the condition we're in. And secondly, I want to also let it be known and make it very clear. As a board member, I understand the tough decisions that we have to make due to the budget crunch that we're in. And I do understand and not at all naive. However, at the same time and token, as a board, we are given tasks. If we're not willing to fulfill certain obligations in terms of doing homework, so to say, and further research, then maybe this isn't the place for us to serve. And I mean that with all due respect. We can't be presented with something one week and vote on it the next week and think that the ramifications won't affect us in the long run. So I'm not going to dwell on that any further because we can handle that outside this mic. And lastly, as a board, and the community needs to also understand this as well. If we're talking about local control, we have to start conducting our business, our meeting in a professional business way. When you go to Trenton and you go before the state board meeting, their meetings aren't run like this. And I'm not quite sure how many other board meetings are run quite like this. And I'm not at all saying that the community does not have the right to come out and protest, to come out and speak. It is your amendment right to speak out. However, when we get to the shouting and the yelling and we as a board can't conduct business, that affects us and it looks poorly on us. And if we really want local control, then we have to make some tough sacrifices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Any other board members?
Motion adjourned. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Carter?
I just wanted it to be clear. People were talking. I'm not sure. I heard people in the audience say I voted yes. I wanted to be clear. I abstained due to a conflict of interest because I work for the Newark Housing Authority. Just want that to be clear.
We have you as an abstention.
And now is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Lewis, your
Mr.
second.
Hassan?
Go ahead, Mr. Hassan.
Hold on. I just want to say, Mr. Jackson, I want to thank you for the comments that you just made. I think as board members, we really have to step up and exert our leadership and really just kind of grab the bulls by the horn and lead and try to be the models for what we want to see from our community members and the participants who come out to the board meetings. If we don't draw the line in the sand, we'll continue to have the kind of disruption that we have at the board meetings. And I can tell you, we're dealing with it last year and this year, there's a difference in the tone. I think if we continue to try to build those strong relationships with our community, make sure we have authentic engagement amongst the community, I think that, maybe those things will start to change. Again, we'll have tough decisions that need to be made, but I think at the end of the day, we need to respect everybody's opinion, no matter where they're coming from, and, not make people feel ostracized. I think, when a parent comes before this board or this body and they're making comments about the success of their child, I don't think that anybody should be shouting them down for that. Like, I want to hear about the success stories of every child in the city of Newark. And a parent should not be ashamed to do that. Now, whether or not folks agree on where it happens, that's another story. but they shouldn't be made to feel bad, in my opinion, when they do it. Now, in regards to the vote for the movement of facilities to the Newark Housing Authority, understand the perspective that was brought up by Board Member Baskerville Richardson. As board members, we should make sure that we do our due diligence, ask the necessary questions, get the necessary information, but also want to make sure that we're being mindful that we can't continue to wait for the state to come in and help us when it comes down to this massive issues that we have with our facilities here in Newark. We've been waiting for the state to fulfill promises to build us new facilities for 10, 15 years, and it still hasn't happened. So as we continue to move forward, we have to be innovative and really think outside of the box in terms of how we can solve for these issues, but at the same time have a minimal impact, if any, to our school-based budgets and to our children. So if we keep that in the forefront of all our decision making, I think those are things that are going to set us apart and help us move our district forward in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. Any other board members?
Motion adjourn.
Motion.
Lewis, or second? Sellinger, all in favor? Okay, meeting adjourned.